Hello guys and Merry Christmas. Today we're going to be looking at some fun stuff. Hopefully, you know. So I opened my gifts. I got some pants. I got a coat. You know, I got new shoes. Woo. Hopefully you're all having as an eventful Christmas as I am. If you got anything to smoke or to eat today, hopefully it enhances your Christmas. But anyway, I think we're gonna watch the JonTron Christmas special. I wonder what it's about. Alright guys, let's get into it. Oh, wrong one. There we go. There we go. Ah! What the hell is this?
Wait, is this really the first thing we see? Did I start halfway through the film?
Yeah, what the fuck? Man, I hate when you hover over something and it plays the fucking video. Why does it do that?
Hey there. Before we start
There we
today's
go.
amazing video, we've got to talk about something sinister. Did
Oh,
you know I've been
no.
paying for a gym membership I haven't been using since 2015? How could this happen? Who could have ever foreseen this? But fret not, because today's video is sponsored by Rocket Money. It's Rocket Money, not rocket science, but they're both smart. This little gem of an app is like your personal finance superhero. It's on a mission to zap away useless subscriptions, shrink those scary bills, and make your wallet breathe a sigh of relief. I've been using Rocket Money to kill those sneaky subscriptions you end up forgetting about. And when I say kill, I mean cancel them safely and securely. I didn't mean kill. I didn't mean kill. You can do it without having to talk to a single human being. Just a couple of taps and poof. I'm also using Rocket Money to negotiate my bills. Just take my bill, a few taps, and they're on it like Sherlock Holmes. They've got my back on everything from internet to cable bills. You don't want to miss out. Rocket Money has saved customers an average of $720 a year. That's like one DoorDash order, folks. Over 5 million members are already using it, and now it's your turn. If you're ready to join the money-saving party, go to rocketmoney.com/JonTron or hit that link in the description. Start for free or go premium for the full VIP experience. Remember, it's rocketmoney.com/JonTron to get started for free. And now, it's video time. Today, we're going to be looking at a strange little entry into the world's collective film collection called A Wrestling Christmas Miracle. I warn you to brace yourself for this one because while it may not evoke strong feelings at first glance, with a tagline like, "Stupid crooks hold the only copy of a youth's movie for ransom while his father's away in Africa staging a wrestling-based coup," we can't really ignore, can we? We can't, how do you say, look the other way? So let's bust open this stocking stuffer and take stock of just how much coal we all got for this Christmas holiday. I give you a wrestling Christmas miracle. Wait, is this really the first thing we see? Did I start halfway through the film? So right off the bat, the movie starts off on a very strange foot, and the first, like, actual 4 minutes and 30 seconds of it
Anybody else
comprises
notice the
some kid
WCW
wrestling for
versus
real
NWO
at his school's
64 game in the
competitions or something.
background?
You can tell it's genuine footage because all the faces in the background are blurred out. At this point, you can pretty much glean that it's probably the director or producer's son or something like that, because if it isn't, that makes it even weirder, frankly.
If there is a name synonymous with youth wrestling in the state of New Jersey, it's Case Gabriel, the son of Olympian Ajax Gabriel.
So it's kind of hard to follow, but apparently the kid wrestling here is called Case Gabriel. He's some kind of wrestling champion in New Jersey, and the story follows him and his Olympian father, Ajax Gabriel, who we haven't yet seen.
It's genetics.
Ah, there he is. Found him.
The kid is a machine, built to win.
Now, if you don't mind, I'm gonna have to pause right here. What in the hell was that? Who is this random dude all of a sudden, and why is he hassling my man over here like that? What's going on? That just comes out of nowhere.
And even appeared in a protein shake commercial with his father.
Do I have to report this movie to the authorities? Is that the right thing to do? Should I stop making the video and find the number for, like, the FBI, for God's sake? What is going on? I must remind you that by this point we haven't even gotten to the first real line of the movie, but somehow this guy's popped in twice already, once shirtless. That kid's reaction right there, that's the first semi-normal thing that's happened so far in this entire film. Emphasis on semi, meaning it's not all the way normal. I'm still in shock and pain. Who is this person? I gotta know. Hold on. Let me just check IMDb. Wait a minute. Ken Del Vecchio. Mario Del Vecchio. Eureka! I found it! Yeah, the plot thickens. Apparently, they are not only father and son in the movie, but in real life as well. And surprise, surprise, Kenneth Del Vecchio also just happens to be the writer and producer of the film. I'm shocked. So like, what is this thing? Is he making this movie for his son to launch his acting career or something? Let's see what he's written for us then, you know? Let's give it a chance. Show us what you got, Mario and Kenneth.
Hold on, guys. There's a few things I forgot to add to this slide. I just made this one because I noticed I didn't have just a tab for YouTube. All my other ones had like games and shit on it, so. Alright. Son of a bitch. Right? You guys can hear everything okay, right?
I'm done with wrestling.
Well, what a miracle. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Done with wrestling? Why is that, Keith?
Because in 40 days and 40 nights, it's Christmas.
So?
I hate to say it, but she's got a solid point, son. Your rebuttal better be bulletproof.
My friend has been in a coma for 3 months, and if I make a movie that will make him laugh, he'll come out of his coma.
That is not what I expected you to say. Hey, fair play. Science has never proved that can't work, but that could just be because they don't waste their time, you know, testing that. Keep in mind, please, this is actually the first line of the film. After 5 minutes of all that bullshit, that's what we get. You know as much as I do at this point.
You're going to make a movie at only 11 years old in hopes that your friend will come out of his coma?
Yes, and I'm gonna write it and direct it.
What can you say? You love a movie that doesn't beat around the bush, you know? This is solid storytelling.
And you have to help me.
Well, it can't be helped. I guess I'll just have to write myself into more of the movie. C'est la vie. This Kenneth guy is quite the character, isn't he? I've just got to know more about him. Hold on. Oh, damn. This is apparently not this guy's first rodeo. That's a sizable Wikipedia page. He's apparently written, produced, and acted in over 30 films. Not only is he apparently the founder of the Hoboken International Film Festival, he's also the author of several legal books, including like hyper-technical works on criminal code, which, by the way, he himself states are second only to the Bible in terms of literature. His words.
The greatest book ever written on earth is the Bible. The second greatest book is my criminal code book.
And if that weren't enough for you, he's apparently also a former part-time New Jersey municipal judge. What doesn't this guy do? And by the way, what exactly is a part-time judge? I didn't even know that's something that existed.
I am sure it's not the abusive language towards your patients that landed you in here.
I'm not sure exactly what's wrong here. That's just how the movie is. That's actually what happens in the movie. It just abruptly cuts from all that stuff you just saw to this with no clues at all as to what's going on.
What? What the fuck? Can we move on?
Anybody gonna say anything?
Yeah.
That's not American Sign Language.
You had something to say?
You are a complete mental midget. You do not have Dr. Reno in front of you. No, you don't.
How would you like it if you stepped into Newark Municipal Court? You know, you're fighting a charge. You know you didn't commit the crime. It's 25 to life. It's serious. You look up on the podium and this is staring back at you. Get used to looking out from behind iron bars, because let's face it, you don't stand a chance.
Idiot.
Is this supposed to be funny?
Where have you been?
Look, at least Gilbert Gottfried's in this movie. What do you mean Gilbert Gottfried's in this movie? Oh God, no. Was this his last movie? This came out in 2020. It's cutting it close. Almost, okay, not technically. We can still sleep tonight. Yeah, so the legendary Gilbert Gottfried is in this movie for some reason, and so are other well-known actors like Michael Winslow from Police Academy, and that back there was Martin Kove from Karate Kid and Cobra Kai. Did these people even know what they were involved with here? Did they just tell them it was a Make-A-Wish thing and that's why they got the kid over there in the coma? How did they get these actors? Is it really that easy? What was the budget for this thing? $2 million? What? How? You don't just get $2 million out of nowhere. And look, a lot of his movies have budgets like that. What? I'm just saying, a lot of genuinely classic films didn't even have a budget that high. Surely these movies like don't make their money back through the box office.
Huh?
I mean, there's no info on the record about that, but I don't think this played in theaters either, so where is this money coming from? Is it revenue from his legal books or something? That'd be a lot of book sales, okay? I don't know what, but something's rotten here. Oh yeah, the stink on this wrestling mat goes down below the carpet to the layer that looks like pizza. Or at least when I was a kid, I thought it looked like pizza. Don't make fun of me. What do you think, Yoda?
Money laundering possible, but to the slander laws definitively say I will not.
I hate this thing. And if you bought this for your lawn for Christmas, you saw that in the store, you picked that up, you took it home, what is wrong with you? Get help.
Day one of your sentence.
That has to be money laundering.
Is officially over.
What do you think?
I didn't script it with curse words.
You didn't script it with curse words?
So yeah, it turns out that whole thing that just randomly popped into the film was actually the comedic anti-coma film all along, and we've basically just been watching it. So what'd you think? Did you laugh? Did you cry? Understandable.
Yes, I was the inspiration for this project.
Man, it's sad.
Okie dokie dokie
Uncle
chokie.
always gets far away from the boom mic when he's drunk. He just can't help himself.
I think he's trying to say,
What is this? This guy loves his sign language jokes, okay? And buddy, pal, what is going on with the V-neck here, okay? This is out of control. I'm no fashionista, but you got some explaining to do. You want a V-neck, I'll give you a V-neck, okay? What you got going on is pathetic. If it doesn't start at the belly button, how will they even know what letter it is? There we go. Nice and right in my retina. Who needs to see for this Christmas? Don't mind that. Don't mind that. Nobody get too turned on.
But guys, this isn't about me. It's about Charlie. In 5 days it's Christmas, and when he hears this movie, he's gonna wake up from his coma laughing.
Case, you did a wonderful thing here.
But your little baby friend is dead. He's not coming back, Kay. That's not how this works. Don't you think if you could bring him back with laughter, the doctors would have put Seinfeld up on the little TV in the hospital room or something? Case, your friend's a vegetable. He's like this cauliflower, except this is much more useful because I can eat this. He's gone, Case. He's gone.
You need to start wrestling again, pal.
I'll start wrestling again after Christmas when Charlie wakes up.
Yeah, come here. You know what Abraham Lincoln said, don't you?
He said, wrestle right now or I won't finish the Civil War. 407 broken ribs. I'm going for the Gettysburg grab.
Hey, it was great sticking around for this movie, but I'm gonna do what I do every year at Christmas time. Either with you or without you. Usually it's with you.
We are not going to the Congo with you to wrestle.
What a selfish...
Case, I am going to wrestle an elephant for you.
So you heard that right. The dad leaves the movie at this point to wrestle an elephant in the Congo for his son.
God.
Happy holidays. And that's pretty much that.
And you, young lady.
Elephants are really fucking cool, and I don't want to wrestle one. I just want to see one. I want to see its ears flap. That's why I'm going.
Now let's all huddle it up. 1, 2, 3. Merry Christmas!
So it's revealed that the comedic film has only one copy for some reason, and it's entrusted to the drunk uncle to protect it and make a copy when he gets home.
Listen, your dad made me the associate producer for a reason. Give me the hard drive, I'll make a copy of it. I'll make a copy of the DVDs, and I keep it safe for you, buddy.
Okay, Uncle Ronald.
That's my boy, thank you.
But you don't want this? You don't want this peppered throughout your movie? You don't want his Bilbo Baggins impression or whatever the fuck this is?
It is going to be the best Christmas ever, I tell you.
You don't want that? Well, you're getting that.
Yeah, open the door. We ain't fooling around.
But all is not well at the Gabriel household. For mere moments after the uncle is entrusted with the hard drive, which, by the way, has the only copy of the movie baked into it, it's revealed that two scheming, ridiculously annoying characters are planning to steal it and hold it for ransom for a large sum of money.
The buffoon has gone to bed, and gorgeous boyfriend has a scathingly brilliant plan to make off with the Gabriel's Christmas.
Make off?
Menendez.
Oh, you mean steal?
Oh.
Just fucking steal it already? I'm trying to sleep.
On the 12th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 12
What
drummers
the actual
drumming,
fuck?
11
This
pipers
is bullshit.
piping.
This guy
Where is
looks
the
bored.
ivy? Where are the tubes? How does he piss? So there's your coma victim. Let's be real. He just didn't want to go to school because he knew he was going to fail his biology exam, and now he's just locked in for the long game. Yeah, I know a long game when I see one. This is a long game right here. He's going like this every time the coast is clear. You wanted to play with fire, kid? Now you're in adult diapers? Your mom's singing you nursery rhymes out of pitch right next to your head? Don't do the crime if you can't do the time. So let me summarize the rest of this film for you briefly. Nothing happens for 40 minutes straight. The robbers arrange to trade money for the hard drive of the film. The drunk uncle then pulls a gun on the robbers and then randomly robs his own family instead.
There's $1 million in that bag. Between that and the black market of the movie, I'm gonna be set for life, and I don't have to live in your shadows anymore.
Even though he could have just taken the money before they got there because he was with her and he had the money. He had the money. He already had, he's the one who brought the money. So, Kenneth comes back from Africa to save the day, and now things are really gonna be awkward at family get-togethers. And then at the last minute, the kid tackles the uncle and they get the movie back. It doesn't matter. Does it even matter?
Ronald's gun was a fake. He took it from my toy collection.
No, Case, that's a bomb.
This is no bomb, it's a can of tennis balls.
He was a good kid. He tried his hardest and now he's dead. It's a relatable
This is
story.
awful.
He's dead! He's dead! Can I go? So anyways, there's one loose end to tie up. Case still has to play that movie for his friend and wake him up out of his coma.
Wait, why is his friend at his house and not at his own house? Wait, is it his brother or is it his friend?
Yeah, it didn't work. He's dead. He's gone. He's locked in there forever. That was the last option. Shit. At this point, things start to wrap up, and Case says his final tearful goodbyes to his friend.
Wanna know my family's secret wrestling move? It's called the Gabriel Spladle with a soup ladle. Now don't show anyone, Smooth Charlie. This is how you do it. After you've peeled back the guy's forearm,
Case, what are you doing?
you lock his head.
Oh, don't bend his head like that. You're gonna put him in another coma.
Case, that's a bone. Now this will either put the guy to sleep or wake him up.
Case, could you get off?
Charlie, you woke up!
Thank you for getting off me. That's some crazy story.
It hurts. It just hurts so bad. You know, some days it just hurts.
This is a far cry from Birdemic, dude.
It's a miracle! It's a true Christmas miracle!
Fuck.
I don't know what happened. She wasn't like that when I went to sleep. You're a barrier, Jerry.
All right.
We buried together.
I'll
We're
watch
barriers.
Christmas with the
Chance,
Cranks one. Whoa. Ow. Ooh. Yeah.
Well, it's the end of the year again. A time of joy, of giving, and of spending time with friends and family.
Toot toot.
In a time such as this, one might almost forget that the United States of America is literally on fire right now.
Don't worry, Jacques. Soon God will exact his revenge upon us for our imperfections. What? A present? Well, Jacques, is this for me?
Stop.
You shouldn't have. Oh my gosh, is that a Tim Allen sweatshirt? Jacques, surely I'm dreaming.
I will not be an accessory to your crime.
I'm perfect! I'm finally perfect! And hey, you know what this sweater reminds me of?
You guessed it, the most celebrated Christmas film of all time, Christmas with the Cranks, starring Tim Allen and Jamie Lee Curtis. And listen, okay, this right here, just one, all right? Just simply one in a long line of prestigious Tim Allen Christmas films. We also got Santa Claus 1 through 3. Look at that, feel the weight of that. How many villas in the south of France do you think that'll buy a man? Jungle to Jungle might count as well, but the science hasn't come back on that. We're waiting to find out.
And when you're looking at something like that, you just gotta stop and ask, how? Okay, how did this happen? Martin Short may be looking a little Martin Short on money.
Now, this is a prestigious article. I make a pilgrimage to the Santa Claus 3 wiki every year if I can.
This section's plot summary may be too long or excessively detailed.
Come on, guys, says Wikipedia. Come on! Who bothered to make the plotted section of Santa Claus 3 this detailed? Shorten it on principle. There we go. That's more like it. Anyways, ain't no Christmas complete till you sit down and watch a classic Christmas flick. So, without further ado, I present to you the abomination that is Christmas with the Cranks. It did, didn't it? It did, didn't it? It hit Sergio straight in the dick.
All the lights are coming on now. How I wish that it would snow now. I wish that I could.
They really do look weird.
Got a big day.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
So, this film begins with middle-aged couple, Luther and Nora Crank,
taking their daughter to the airport as she's about to leave for Peru. That would in turn explain their sadness, as this is the first Christmas they'll have to spend without her, in a classic syndrome of the empty nest.
Think she'll be okay?
Should be better than okay.
I meant in Peru, in the jungle.
Please stop worrying about this, okay?
With this again, would you please stop? Why don't you just go to the jungle? What's there, snakes? Yellow fever? She'll be fine.
Just won't be the same.
What won't?
Christmas.
With a great melancholy, the Cranks prepare to spend the holidays all alone. Joy abounds.
I need white chocolate and pistachios.
What are you looking for, Tim?
I didn't bring the umbrella.
Didn't bring the umbrella.
Oh, I need that stuff from Chips.
Still needs the stuff, Tim.
I didn't bring the umbrella.
Didn't bring the umbrella.
Well, I still need it.
You said that already. Been over this? Done this?
Okay, look, you stay in the car and I'll get him.
So, because Mrs. Crank needed some pistachios, Tim's dirty ass is about to go through the wash. And that's basically where we're at with this film. Hey, but at least we get to see Tim Allen do the funny face. Getting wet is annoying!
You could use an umbrella! I just need some white chocolate!
Good point, Tim.
You didn't get the white chocolate.
Oh my god, the flow of this movie is like pulling teeth. You didn't get the white chocolate, Tim? That's all you went in there to get? How'd you screw that up? Who would even bother to write this exchange? It's so mundane. We're 5 minutes in, all we've been talking about is pistachios and white chocolate. Their cadence is so slow and they just keep repeating the same things over and over ad nauseum.
Umbrella. Umbrella.
Did you talk to Rex?
Who's Rex?
Who's Rex? Come on. Tell us.
The butcher.
As odd as it sounds, I didn't think of asking the butcher where the chocolate was.
So basically, thus far, this is a jaded couple arguing in a low-energy and passive-aggressive manner. The Christmas film. God bless.
I'll go talk to Rex right now. Maybe he'll wonder why I'm all wet. You know why I don't want one of your stupid umbrellas? Because I got one.
Tim, I can't say I'm not upset. This easily could have been Jungle 3 Jungle had you just gone with your daughter on the airplane. Huge missed opportunity. Because Tim's character Luther is so upset by the annoying Christmas season, he devises a plan to skip it altogether to go on a pleasure cruise. Fuck Christmas! I'd rather drink my own urine than celebrate Christmas. Thanks for coming and watching this Christmas movie with us, everyone. Have a grand old time.
The first time in 23 years, Blair won't be here.
A lot of depression at Christmas, you know?
Tell me about it. I have to eat a whole bottle of Prozac just to get through the second part of the month.
Oh, that Final Fantasy X theme song, bro.
I would just love to forget about it. What are you looking at? Why are you looking at me like that?
If you keep doing that, I'm gonna have to call the police. I think it's a form of harassment. If Tim Allen looks at you like this, I think we're gonna need legislation. This problem ain't gonna fix itself. Tim's rape stares apparently work their usual magic as Jamie Lee Curtis gets so hot and bothered she wants to make whoopee right there on the table.
Luther, it's not even Saturday night.
It's not even Saturday night, you know? The night we literally apparently schedule having violent sex on the dining room table.
Have an idea.
Yeah?
Just let it be known that I never asked to see Jamie Lee Curtis that truly sexually aroused by Tim Allen.
Yeah?
But I got it anyway. Hey, careful what you wish for. They should be saying careful what you don't wish for.
Yeah?
That!
What are you doing? Sit down.
Apparently, though, Luther didn't have the hanky-panky in mind, as he was just excited to reveal his genius scheme to skip out on Christmas and go on the cruise. He's so horny at the idea of fucking off, he tells her to fuck off.
Sit down. Button up and sit down.
Jesus Christ, man, let her down easy.
We spent $6,100 on Christmas last year, with precious little to show for it.
Luther explains that the previous year they spent over $6,000 on the holiday season. He argues that they may as well use the funds this year for a vacation to the Caribbean and skip out on the whole process altogether, actually saving money in the process. It's like I said, worst thing about Christmas, having to sit there and do Christmas, huh? Oh, what a boring stinker that is. That's my goddamn eggnog. Joke's on you, stupid bird. Eggnog is poisonous to birds for various reasons.
We skip Christmas.
Well, we can still give our charitable donations to Children's Hospital and of course, the church.
Now, this is where things start to get weird. I'm not sure if the writers were just out of touch or trying to get the target demographic of 75-year-old couples from the Midwest, because just after Nora's sexy episode, she starts to make a big stink that she can't go on the cruise unless they make a donation to the church.
You're gonna let a lousy $600 stand between us and a Caribbean cruise?
No. You are.
All right, all right. Look, I'll match last year's contribution to the church and to the hospital, but not a penny more.
Oh, thank God, the church! Matching contribution to the church! Can't live without that! Glad we resolved that plot point in literally 20 seconds between two scenes. I think this movie might just be a webcam live feed of a real couple's life.
Whoa, it's not even Saturday night.
Then, of course, like a normal person, Tim's character walks around his office handing flyers to everyone, notifying them that he's skipping Christmas. Because, as we know, in real life, Christmas is mandated by law, and anyone who fails to comply is an enemy of the state. Who would do this?
And
why would
it
anyone
is
care?
the law,
no one cares
bro.
if you leave on Christmas.
I'm letting you know that I'll be skipping Christmas this year.
Go ahead. Run. But we will find you.
But yeah, that's basically the whole story of this film, that everyone surrounding the Cranks is so concerned with them skipping out on Christmas, they get socially ostracized like they're living in Victorian England or something. So what would happen if someone just literally needed to leave town for Christmas? This is so out of touch it leaves the realm of plausibility.
Mrs. Crank, we forgot to talk about your Christmas invitations.
No.
It really reinforces the idea that the Christmas with the Cranks is
She's
about
not ordering
a cult.
Christmas cards either.
Indeed. And I hear a rumor she's having a baby out of wedlock as well.
Then why don't you have the party anyway?
Because we don't want to, Mary.
Yeah, I think it's
Get
about
married,
time to
you
move to a new
fucking
town
bitch.
and change your name. So the Cranks proceed to go around town, needlessly pissing everyone off who is apparently part of their yearly holiday routine.
The Canadian blue spruce last year. This one's a real beauty, almost 10 feet tall. Mrs. Crank likes the big ones.
We're not buying a Christmas tree this year.
He doesn't know about that.
Sorry we had to go up on the price.
We're making less per tree than last year.
It's not about the money. We're not doing Christmas this year. We're gonna go away on a cruise. We don't need a tree.
Yeah, how do you like that? You little punk, trying to make a decent living for yourself while making my life joyous, warm, and convenient? Here's what I think of your fucking tree.
Fuck out of here with your bullshit. Stop
Just
it.
for a Merry
Drop
Christmas,
him in
you
the
bunch of young,
nuts.
innocent children
Oh,
trying to
that's
foster a
that's a
loving
step
community
too far,
spirit.
bro.
It's really
Whoa,
moving with
whoa.
the spirit of the holidays, you know? Really looking forward to the Santa Claus 4. Want to know what happens in that one. Don't know why they haven't made that one yet. At this point, basically, the Cranks are neighborhood enemy #1 and have pissed off just about everyone because they're not staying in line with traditions. Because after all, the holidays truly are about crippling communistic-style conformity, aren't they? Dan Aykroyd is in this film too for some reason, and he becomes upset with them because they won't put their giant Frosty the Snowman sculpture up, which apparently every single person in this neighborhood is required to do. The same exact one. What is this?
That
some
can actually
cultish
be
ritual?
mandated by an HOA.
Someone gonna say something here?
Perfect time to put up frosting. Tell you what, truth is, if I'm gone, I'm...
You know, this movie was better as a horror anyway.
It was an accident.
What? The cat'll grow a new spine? Who cares? I think this movie may actually be a masterpiece. You know, it's got an American Psycho thing going on. It's as if the protagonist is actually the antagonist, and you just find that out as the movie goes on. It's brilliant, really. Luther is just the most irredeemably horrible person of all time, but the way the film portrays it, you'd think the writers would want you to sympathize with his plight. But then as Nora tries to leave the neighborhood, the conformist Nazis in her town try to physically force her to give up the snowman they want from her, slowly turning the movie into a Mike Myers nightmare, and what I can only assume is a
movie
throwback
about a
to
cult.
Curtis's earlier works.
Nora, stop the car. Stop the car. Please, listen, hey, don't do anything you'll regret. Now, please.
But look, it's okay, because shortly thereafter, Tim shows off colorful underwear in his local Irish pub.
Woman's bathing suit?
Nope, got my own.
I don't really know. But at this point, I'm numb to it.
There's no way we are wearing these on this cruise.
These aren't for the cruise.
What the fuck are they for then?
What are they for?
You know what's odd?
You gonna get wild and freaky in the bathtub?
I don't get that.
You're a simple man, aren't you? Apparently, Luther got the bathing suits to go to a tanning parlor pre-cruise, so they could look, you know, their best for the cruise. Nora, on the other hand, is apprehensive.
Dear God, this should be outlawed.
That feeling? I know that feeling.
And then, of course, Nora's local pastor shows up to see her naked boobies, as one does. Because comedy. Back at home, Luther brings in the local paper to show Nora, and they've made front page. Because apparently the only thing this town has to worry about is what the cranks are up to. But this is the final straw for Nora. As if the Orwellian nightmare she's been living in wasn't enough. She decides to throw two fingers up and enjoy the idea of the cruise after all.
Oh, I'm sorry I'm late. Hey, what's wrong? My cancer's back for the third time.
What is this bombshell about cancer? What is this movie? A comedy? A drama? A horror? A satire? Undiscovered Shakespearean classic? The tone of the movie is never consistent. One minute it's goofy, the next minute it's terminal illness.
How do you think this photographer got the shot?
Well, he climbed up.
On your roof?
Yeah.
Well, why did you do that?
I don't know.
Walt? I just heard about Bev. I'm so sorry. How's she doing?
Remarkably well, in good spirits.
If there's anything we can do, let me know.
Thanks. I really appreciate it.
I'm very deeply, truly deeply sorry about the cancer diagnosis. This is the
I
best
just
film
don't
ever made,
believe
folks.
that
It's just
that
simple.
guy
So at
is
this
married
point,
to
the film
that
takes a turn
girl.
as Luther and Nora's daughter, who left for Peru at the beginning of the movie, calls and says she'll be making a return for Christmas with her new fiancé after all, foiling Luther's plans of the trip. The next bulk of the film is just slapstick nonsense of them scrambling to get ready for the Christmas party they weren't ready for. And it even includes a funny ham gag and real child abuse.
To infinity.
Don't hurt that child, Tim. You still have another 30 years of Christmas films to make. You can't make them in jail. Unless you're making Christmas with the Cranks too, Luther gets a perforated rectum. Don't be silly, Tim. Leave that child alone for your own good.
Come on.
Luther!
Actually, it was a suicide attempt.
But then, in a twist of fate, like 1 hour in, the movie actually starts to pick up a bit and feels like a real holiday film. That's a bigger twist than Shyamalan could have ever cooked up. A true Christmas miracle.
All right, people, listen up, gather round. We're about to have a party here at the Cranks. A Christmas homecoming for Blair.
The town sees that the Cranks need help because they can't get their party together in time. So they all pitch in to get supplies together before the daughter's plane lands. It's kind of nice, actually, and reminds me of the best parts of Christmas films in general.
Hold on. Why should we do this for him?
Yeah.
He's a jerk.
And good things never last. Like this pants.
But we're a community, and the people in a community stick together, even if one of them has been behaving for most of the holiday season like a spoiled, selfish little baby. Why should the daughter pay for the sins of the father?
Christmas is about giving, and family, and love. Except for to some people who I would rather be in a mass grave, whose name rhymes with Bim Rallin. But yeah, beyond my wildest expectation, I actually found myself enjoying this final part of the film. I think it captures the Christmas spirit perfectly, even if by accident. The police even help out too by picking Blair up from the airport and bringing her home just in time. Luther makes amends with his neighbors and redeems himself by giving them the cruise tickets he now won't be using because he'll be spending the holidays with family.
Hey, does this mean we have to start being nice to each other?
Of course not.
Good. Because I still don't like you that much, old man.
Man, that's kind of fucked up, dude. He just gave you the tickets. Then, just before things are about to wrap up, a robber that snuck into the party attempts to steal jewelry from the Cranks and make a getaway.
Get out off the roof!
My car!
My ground!
Hey, what's in that bag?
Oh, Lord! Umbrella Santa from the beginning is back.
I really think you need an umbrella!
You know what they say, if you show an umbrella in the first act and you don't use it by the third, you haven't written a Tim Allen film.
You're the guy that was selling umbrellas in the rain, aren't you?
It's a living. Thank you for the party.
Hey, you're welcome. I'm sorry you gotta work on Christmas Eve.
Then you putting in those fucking hands, bro.
Christmas Eve.
It's the real Santa, isn't it? It's the real Santa, praise Jesus! And there it is. The film ends on a nice little note. While in some aspects it's one of the most tone-deaf films I've ever seen, there's just something lovable about it. Just the fact that no one in this entire movie seems like they want to be there, yet somehow it turns out alright in the end. And isn't that, at the end of the day, what the holidays are all about? Being forced to be with a bunch of people you're only lukewarm on for long periods of time? Hey, in my eyes, it's perfect. So Merry Christmas! And Happy New Year from New York, baby! It's 28 degrees outside! Give me your best Tim Allen noise.
I don't know who that is.
Tim Allen, you know from Home Improvement? From Jungle to Jungle?
I don't know who it is. Who's that? Who's Tim Allen?
Nobody really knows knows who Tim Allen is? Seriously, this is not a joke. Come on, what does Tim Allen sound like to you? If I say Tim Allen, you say? You're not very wrong. Woo! Was Tim Allen here just now?
Yeah, I love America! USA!
USA! Tim Allen, Santa Claus 3!
Yo, listen, real talk, man. This is not a game. Do not go to these churches anymore. They steal your money. They sell drugs. The only church that is of God is the 7 churches in Asia. Those are the only churches that are of God. And they show, hold on, come on. I am Allah. There's no reason why. God sells drugs, God do all kinds of things. If you can't tell me what holy means, or bushata, bohaka, boshata, you can't tell me what that means. I'm building a church called the 7. My church is going to be on fire. So I'm asking you to stop supporting those churches and support me.
Thank you so much. Could you give us your best Tim Allen?
My who?
Tim Allen.
I don't know Tim Allen. He chose me. He chose me. Out of all others, he lead me up.
Thank you.
He chose me. He chose me. Out of all others, he lead me up.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Yeah. Beautiful, man. Let's get the fuck out of here right now. Ho, 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 it's me, the Christmas ghost of alert
It's
from our
Merry
sponsors.
Christmas.
This episode of John Charm was sponsored by the lovely people at Audible.com. If you don't know Audible.com, they are the premier provider of your audiobooks and audio products. You can take your audiobooks on the go with your phone, tablet, or just listen to them on your computer. And as a special offer, if you go to my specialized link, audible.com/JohnTron, you get a free 30-day trial and a free audiobook. Even if you cancel, you keep the audiobook. This time around, in the spirit of the holidays, I recommend to you A Christmas Carol, written by Charles Dickens and narrated by Tim Curry. Go pick it up, you won't be disappointed. The Christmas is just too much! Ever seen Home Improvement?
Oh, yeah.
Jungle to Jungle.
Yeah.
The Santa Claus. Do it again.
That's what he does, like, hoo.
Oh,
like that.
yes.
Don't he do some funny shit like that?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. I know you're talking about that.
That's Tim Allen. Can you give me your Tim Allen noise?
I still don't know who Tim Allen is.
You still don't know who Tim Allen is.
Bro, no way. No fucking way people are fighting over McDonald's Pokemon cards. Grow the fuck up, people. Please. Please. For favor. Oh my god, yes. That's fucking hilarious. I beat Patrodon. The 2012 TMNT was probably the best iteration of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles since the 80s in the original cartoon. I honestly believe that. Get out of my house. What the fuck? Lore accurate Batman is a battle tank with the speed of a fucking jet engine. Like, lore accurate Batman is a fucking beast. I don't need to see a story explained from God of War Valhalla. It's pretty self-evident. Oh no. That's a really simple question to answer. It's he didn't return. He didn't. It's a mental projection of Kratos' past self, and he's reconciling with his past deeds and moving forward into a new area for him. Because before he wasn't seen as a protector for certain people, he wasn't seen as a good guy by certain people, right? But now he's trying to change the perception of everyone to who he was seen as by the Spartans. You know, a powerful general to be respected, a good, loyal companion. That's what he wants to be seen as. He doesn't want to be seen as the young, brash, aggressive, arrogant, uh, power hungry, vengeance fueled tank that he became. That's how young Kratos returned. It's a mental projection. Asgard is just a mental projection. At least this version of Asgard is just a mental projection for Kratos. At least as far as I've gotten, that's what I'm to believe. I'm not going to click spoilers. I'm not going to click anything. We'll see it together. We'll beat it together. All right, go. God damn, I hate it. It's so hard to find fucking Christmas videos that are entertaining. Those were the only ones I knew of. Old people often think that just because Kratos is more refined as he's gotten older, that he's not as powerful as he was before. That's not the case. Kratos now is arguably more powerful than he was when he fought the Olympians. It's just a process of elimination, or like process of evolution. Think about it. You take an organism, right, that was previously single-celled, right? And then it divides, right? And it becomes into a person, right? Now, think of Kratos' power that way. He started out in God of War 1 a human, right? God of War 2 started with him as a god. You see how it's moving. In here, we see Kratos fight primordials, like Gaia and Kronos, pushing his power beyond that of just what a normal Olympian is. Because if you go by what lore says for Kratos, he beat Zeus. His power was greater than Zeus's power. So if I don't know, I need to get more stone and I can explain it better. But Kratos now is stronger than Kratos then. It's undeniable. He's more refined. He's more intelligent. He's more capable. Yes, the damage on in the actual game and like the combat and all that stuff, yes, it's different. And his powers seem different, but they're really not. It's just the gameplay. It's just the gameplay that's different, you know? But you have to go by what the lore states, not by what the gameplay shows, because the gameplay is just a mechanic to get you from point A to point B, right? And it's supposed to be flashy and cool, but the story parts are actually what matter. You know, if in the game Thor beats you a million times, but Kratos beats Thor and the cutscene plays, then it's canonically accurate to say that Kratos was meant to beat Thor in that fight, regardless of if you lose, because that's not really the narrative saying that Kratos is weaker than Thor. That's you not being able to beat Thor. That's your fault, not Kratos' fault. You can't blame the character or the video game because you keep losing at it. But anyway, ooh, aliens. I want to watch that. I love aliens, dude. This will be the only horror thing we watch. I just can't find Christmas stuff.
Top 10 scary things caught on camera. Aliens. Face your fears. This video was featured on the nightly news in Ecuador. A boy is filming his father with a cell phone, focusing on the tattoo on his back. Instead, the boy captures something absolutely bizarre and terrifying. When viewing the video back, a strange face inexplicably appears in the video footage. Some believe that the boy somehow captured some interdimensional being on camera. Now, whether this footage is real or faked, interdimensional being or not, either way, it's just bizarre.
Fake, dude.
Disappearing Act. This next clip
I
is
wanted
from the
to see
short-lived
aliens,
1990s
damn it!
television series Paranormal Borderline with Jonathan Frakes. The host claims that this clip was sent to them anonymously and shows late-night footage from a factory security camera.
There are 4 black and white pictures. In the top right quadrant, a worker walks right to left through a gate. He
Oh, I've
disappears
seen
here
this
in
one, and then a flash of light.
at 11:16
Yeah.
p.m. The tape
And then he's
continued to
gone.
run normally until almost 2 hours later. Then the victim reappears in a second flash of light, now in a fetal position. Then moments later, now crouching, he vomits, and seconds later, staggers right to left, out of frame.
The story goes that after this incident, the man was never quite the same. Soon after, he quit his job at the factory and moved out of town. Out of left field. In the Black Forest area of Colorado, it is said that Russell Elliott often witnessed strange lights around his farm. He began to document these strange occurrences on video. But one night he catches something a bit more. Now, this is one of those clips that might just be a little too good, if you know what I mean. But let me know what you think down in the comments. Batteries not included. In St. Augustine, Florida, a man repeatedly hears strange noises in his house, so he sets up security cameras to investigate. He catches something absolutely bizarre.
That shit's straight up floating.
Some weird light-emitting object seems to be floating around his kitchen as if scanning the surroundings. Now, when I first saw this, I thought it could just be a mini drone or some kind of light on a string, and I thought that right up until it flies through the ceiling. This clip has been submitted to the Mutual UFO Network for professional examination, but just what do you think this could be? In a flash. In Brazil, there have been multiple sightings of what many locals believe to be an alien visitor. In this clip, a Brazilian news program tries to catch the creature on camera.
Simpsons predicted this. What? It's gonna be Mr. Burns.
Some say that this clip is evidence of alien teleportation, as the creature seems to disappear in a flash of light. But what do you think? Swamp gas. Workers at a gas station in Peru are working late at night when they spot something bizarre. Workers see a small illuminated figure no more than 3 feet tall. They approach it, but it seems to speed up to avoid them. They say that the thing had several legs, but seemed to float slightly above the ground.
Ahí es donde vuela. Ay. Se puede ver clarita sus patitas.
The workers say that the bizarre alien, robot, or whatever that is, just seemed to disappear into thin air as mysteriously as it had appeared. The case is currently being investigated by the Peru Association of Ufology. Men in Black. Shane Sovar, manager of a Niagara Falls hotel, reported that he spotted a strange triangular UFO in the sky above the hotel. A few days later, while Shane was out, his hotel received 2 strange visitors.
One of my bellmen approached me, and he kind of had a weird look on his face, and he said to me, "There's a couple guys in here looking for you." And I said, "Couple guys? What do you mean?" And he said, there's a couple really strange looking men that were here. And they kind of freaked everybody out, and they were asking questions about you. They were really, really tall, he said, and they were identical height. They were the exact same height, they were wearing the exact same clothes, and they had the exact same faces, like they were twins.
Now, 3 people witnessed the men's arrival and their strange physical appearance. Were these the mysterious men in black who were said to appear after UFO close encounters? Well, no one will ever know, because the only evidence that remains is this creepy CCTV footage. Tree hugger. In this next clip, a man hears what he thinks are strange animal noises outside his house. Despite his wife's protests, he goes to investigate. And spoiler, it's not an animal.
Peraí, deixa eu vir. Puxa, velho. Corre, corre. Fica bom.
So is this an alien, a creature, or just a very skinny guy in a mask? You decide.
It looks like a Spider-Man mask.
Puxa, velho. Corre, corre.
Close Encounters. Over on the YouTube channel Operation Z Project CXV, a guy named Ken claims that he captured some otherworldly being walking behind him, even though he didn't notice anything at the time. The footage was caught on a motion-activated trail camera. A closer look reveals that there is indeed someone or something walking behind him, but whether it's an alien or not, I'll leave that for you to decide. In this next clip, Ken claims that an alien has cloaked itself in some kind of invisibility field and then peeks out as his cat passes by. Ken claims his videos are 100% legit proof of alien life. But what do you think? Thanks for watching. Suggest videos at nukestop5@gmail.com
I don't know about that.
and follow me on Twitter at nukestop5 to see some videos that didn't quite make it
I'm
to
not
the
gonna
top
take
5.
the opinion
I'll
of
see
a
you
dude
next
that looks like they have a severe drug problem. At least none about aliens. This is definitive proof of aliens. Pulls out a cow pie. Willem Dafoe really does need to be Batman. Hey, what up, kid? How you doing? Hopefully your Christmas is going good. I know, it's that time between food and opening presents. I didn't have shit to do. Predator versus Wolverine? I want to read that.
Following video and continued growth of this
Oh.
channel are made possible
All
by
right.
your support over
We're
on
probably not gonna find too much more
patreon.com/616
Christmas stuff, guys.
entertainment.
It doesn't
Sign up
seem like
today
there's
at
any
level you choose
any really
and help
good
bring
Christmas
these
stuff.
brand
So
new projects to life. Or if you're looking for a brand new t-shirt, maybe stop by prowrestlingtees.com/616 entertainment. I got you covered.
damn, Gohan putting in the punches, bro. Man, I'm always surprised when
Spider-Man
people
is
actually
awesome.
comment on my
He's
stuff.
always been awesome. Whether you grew up with the 90s animated series on Fox Kids, or maybe you were even a comic book reader, it didn't make a difference. Spider-Man has always been cool. Fast forward to 2002 when the movie came out, goodness gracious. It really doesn't get much better than that. The entire Sam Raimi trilogy is fantastic from top to bottom. Yes, even Spider-Man 3. It's goofy, it's campy, it feels a bit different from the prior
I
two
hated
entries,
Venom
but
in Spider-Man
that's
3.
what makes it so
Even as a
special.
kid, I
But
hated
the
it.
subject of today's video isn't a TV show or movie series, no sir. We're gonna dive into two video games I held very near and dear growing up. 1994's
I loved Maximum Carnage.
and 1995's
It let you play as Venom.
Separation Anxiety. 16 bits, hundreds of enemies, and 2 stars of the show, Spider-Man and Venom. Grab a drink and something to snack on, Dan-Dans, because it's time for another friendly neighborhood retrospective.
Okay.
Scratch that line. That was...
Okay, homeboy. You get my sub.
Oh,
You
how
get
you
my
doing,
sub. I
Dan-Dans?
like your
My name is
content.
Ian. Welcome to another 616
Oh, look at that
retrospective.
statue. Wait a
Much
minute.
like
Look
the
at that
Alien
classic
versus
Superman
Predator
statue
video
in the
that
back.
dropped recently,
Right here.
today's video was also
I
funded
want
and
that.
made possible by my supporters
Okay, so it looks
over
like
on
he
Patreon.
has the Brandon
We
Routh
still have
Superman
retrospectives on
and the
GTA,
Henry
Vice City,
Cavill
the
Superman.
history of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, and more on that list. So sign up at any level you choose, even the cheapest level, to help unlock these goals. Now that's enough plugging right here at the top. Let's get into the games. Now today's Spider-Man games come with a certain expectation for their graphics and gameplay. Insomniac released Spider-Man 2 earlier this year.
It revolutionized superhero games the way
God,
Batman
this looks
revolutionized
incredible,
superhero
and the
games on the
gameplay
PlayStation
feels
3
insanely good. Anything you've
and the Xbox
ever
360.
seen Spider-Man
I
do
honestly
before,
believe that.
you can probably pull it off
The
here
next
in
Batman game is going to have to raise the bar because this
not
bar
what we're
that
looking at
they've
today.
created
We're
has
talking
been
about
raised
two games that
extremely high.
released on the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis, so dial it back a little bit.
Days of Bees,
Our
dude.
first title, Spider-Man and Venom Maximum Carnage, was developed by Software Creations. What the
Plain.
hell did Software Creations do before this? Only the best. Ever heard of Silver Surfer on the NES? Maybe Wolverine? Or how about Terminator 2 Judgment Day? If you've never played any of these games before, I'll save you the time in looking them up. They're not the best. Not the best, no. And that's putting it lightly. In fact, all 3 of them were covered by the Angry Video Game Nerd, which is probably all that needs to be said. Now that's not a great starting point, is it? No, let's dig a little deeper. Software Creations also developed the 1990 puzzle game Solstice for the NES, a game that reviewed very well. How about the Amiga port of Ghouls and Ghosts? Hell, there's even Spider-Man and X-Men Arcade's Revenge, a game that reviewed pretty well in its day. See? Sometimes the surface level details cast an unfair, unclear shadow. No comment on these games being published by LJN. I'm not about to hit you with their lineup of published games has a hidden history as well. They're really good. I'm not going to tell you that because that's not true. For the most part, they're not very good. As I stated earlier, Maximum Carnage hit store shelves in 1994.
Oh,
and if
I
you
think
were
somebody's
there back
here.
Then, you know
Hold on,
all
guys.
too well that a game would live and die on its box art. You'd walk into Funko Land or KB Toys, maybe Hollywood Video or Blockbuster, and you'd just stare at the walls and walls of games. We didn't have the internet back then to tell us what was great and what was junk, so more often than not, the box art determined what you wanted. Maximum Carnage has one of the coolest box arts of the era, man. Get out of here. How do you look at this and not want to play it? And that question brings us to the meat of the matter. Does the facade of badass box art fall apart under the weight of bad gameplay? Or are we looking at what is truly a spectacular Spider-Man game? Well, here's the deal. I love this game. Oh man, I love this game. Check it out. As Spider-Man, we can crawl on the walls or swing around before kicking some ass. When the time does come to kick ass, Spider-Man's got the speed of Anderson Silva, nice and snappy. Using the web to pull a distant enemy closer, to smash their lights out, never gets old. If you can perfectly center yourself between two jabronis, using the web will double smash the two of them together. You can even one-shot the first level bosses with this move. Oh my god, that's so much fun. Now I did preface all of that with as Spider-Man because Venom is playable too. Holy jeez, as if it wasn't cool enough already. In between several levels, the game will give you an option of switching to the other character. Venom is a bigger, more hulking brute, and pretty much everything Spidey does, Venom can do as well. Spider-Man's power shot is a roundhouse kick, whereas Venom's is a Mortal Kombat style uppercut that'll send an opponent flying into the air. I love the attention to detail where Venom's pull forward move isn't a web, but an elongated symbiote tendril. So sick. The story of Maximum Carnage is pulled straight from the comics, which is
I want
fantastic.
this fucking game so bad.
This wasn't very common back in
Is
the
it
early
on
90s.
Super Nintendo?
Even the death and return
I
of
have a
Superman,
Super
which
Nintendo.
released right around the same time in 1994, we've got cutscenes that take us from
My
level
aunt
to
is
level,
here.
but they're
So I'll be
rarely
right
in
back,
line
guys.
with the comics the game was based on. Here in Maximum Carnage, we've got panels from the books recreated in all their 16-bit glory, pixel by pixel. The overall story, if you're not clued in, is centered around serial killer Cletus Cassidy breaking loose from Ravencroft Asylum, thanks to the symbiote that is bonded with his blood. It's all-out mayhem as Cassidy, now called Carnage, puts together an army. Shriek, Carrion, the mutated doppelganger, and more are on a mission to kill as many innocent people as possible. And really, just wreak havoc. Peter Parker can't go it alone, and when a beaten-down Eddie Brock shows up on his doorstep, Spider-Man and Venom join forces. Insert Cloak, Dagger, Captain America, Black Cat, and more, and we've now got an all-star lineup of heroes to go to war with the villains. This really is cool as hell, and yes, all of the villains I've mentioned are boss battles, and all of the heroes pop in as super move cameo characters. It's a blockbuster
Oh
cast,
man,
Dan
just
Dan.
imagine
And it's
they
not lost
remake
on me
this game
how
and just
cool
leave it as a
these
2D
cameos
side
are.
scroller
I mean,
and give
look
it
at
3D
Spider-Man 2,
aesthetic,
a game that
like
came
they
out
did
in
for Sonic or
2023.
Mario.
There's no Captain America, no Iron Fist, no Cloak and Dagger. Black Cat is here, but she's from the Spider-Man Rogues Gallery herself, so that's not much of an outside cameo, is it? My personal connection to this game dates all the way back to my childhood. You know, it was a normal afternoon. It was probably
I had this game.
1995 or 96. My
I
brother
had
and
this
I were
game.
in our bedroom playing video games on our Sega Genesis. My dad had just gotten home from work, and rather than jumping in the shower or doing whatever it is he would normally do, he marched from the front door right to our bedroom and said, "Look what I've got." In his hand was a red Sega Genesis cartridge, which is something I had never seen before. And when I got my hands on the game, there it was. Spider-Man and Venom, Maximum Carnage. Now, I didn't even know what this game was. I had never heard of it at the time, but I loved Spider-Man. This Carnage guy looked cool, and this electric, blazing red. Goodness gracious. We popped it into the Genesis, and holy God, this was the real deal. These days, I've got a Super Nintendo copy of the game. This is another piece of what is
is
now
on
my
Super
collection
Nintendo.
that
Fucking
came from the
sweet.
legendary Dan by the name of Mr. Beef, so shout out to him. I wish I still had that Genesis copy, but honestly, I have no idea what happened to it. When I was a kid, we had an NES. Not long after that, we got a Genesis for Christmas. Our NES and all of our games disappeared. When I asked what happened to it, My mom told me she gave it to my cousin. The system, all of the games, all of it. Gone. Didn't even ask me about it. To this day, I still don't know what happened to all of our Genesis stuff. I'd love to have those pieces of my childhood now, but hey, it is what it is. My dad coming home with that Maximum Carnage cartridge is such a special memory because that didn't really happen for my brother and I back then. My family didn't have a lot of money, you know? And I chose my words very carefully there. He came home with the cartridge. No box, no manual, and you might be asking why. Well, it's because he probably grabbed it used on his way home from work. He probably stopped off at Funkoland, he saw a red game and was like, that's pretty cool. Man, those were special memories, Dan Davis.
Yep.
My brother and I
Yep.
didn't ask for the game.
Yep.
It was just
I
a total
remember.
surprise.
I remember. Hold on.
Special memories.
Hold on.
The game's soundtrack
Since we're
is
talking about special
legendary,
memories.
or at least it's legendary to me.
Come on, pause. Okay. So, what? Oh. Okay. What the fuck is going on here? Is it paused or not? It just turned itself back onto play. Good job. Okay, so I remember as a kid coming home and getting my Nintendo 64. I had gone to school, you know, it was a long day of school. I wanted to come home and I wanted to play my Super Nintendo because we had Mortal Kombat 2, you know, we rented Zelda, and I wanted to play some games. So I come home from school. My mom like tells me, "Get upstairs. You're in trouble." You know? So I'm like, "Oh man," thinking in my like what was it, 6-year-old brain, "Man, what did I do? I didn't do anything this time. I haven't taken anything. I've been doing my chores all the time, you know?" And then she comes up and tells me, "You need to go sit on the couch." So I go and I sit on the couch, and there it is, Zelda Ocarina of Time. I was like, "What is this?" They're like, "You've been doing really good in school," you know, and it was around Christmas time. So all they did was give me my Christmas present a little early. And I played that game all day. um until I had to go to bed, and then I got in actual trouble because I went to bed. I woke up at like 2 in the morning to go to the bathroom. I saw everybody was sleeping, and there it was, my chance to play Zelda when nobody was around, and I took it. I turned the volume up as loud as it would go, and I was having the time of my life. Here comes my mom down the stairs. "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "What?" So I got in trouble, right? They took my Zelda game away. I couldn't play the Nintendo for a couple days. So a couple days passed by, you know, and I was like, can I, can I play? It was, I was just excited. And my mom's like, "Yeah, there was no harm done. So just don't do it again and you can play it." So I went and I played it again. And my dumbass, guess what I did? I did it again. But this time, I learned. I I understood what I did. I turned the volume off and I played all the way until the sun came up. Then I was like, "Oh shit, hold on." All right. So, back to the story. So I turned off the sound on the TV. I played almost all night, right? I go up to get into bed, and there my mom is opening the door to get me up for school. She's like, again? I was like, I know, I just woke up and I went downstairs. I was thinking on my feet, boys. I was like, nah. I just went downstairs to get a drink of water. And she's like, oh, okay, okay. So my mom, being as smart as she is, she went over to the 64 and put her hand on the 64 because at that time, well, even now, your console gets really warm when you use it. Luckily enough for me, it wasn't as hot as I thought. And she's like, "Oh, okay." I was like, "Oh, phew." And she's like, "Now go get ready for school." I was like, "Oh, no." But that was the story of when I got my 64 and how I got in trouble for it. You want to go back out there, Frank? Okay. Go.
It was composed by the real-life band Green Jelly, and that's another thing I don't recall happening very often. In fact, off the top of my head, I can't think of another game from this era where a real band provided the soundtrack, other than maybe Patches Lugosi's Silly Circus. Okay, I made that up. But tell me you wouldn't play that game. I dare you. It's well known that a whole ass Black Sabbath song was used in this game without any sort of clearance, and that's one of those Wild West moments of the 16-bit era. Something like that would never pass nowadays, and if it did, it would be patched out immediately. If I have to complain about a few things, I will. Go ahead, twist my arm. I'll talk. Toward the end of the game, the boss fights are out of control. Shriek and Doppelganger are hard enough on their own, but it gets to the point where we fight these two, then Demogoblin, then Carrion, and then Carnage shows up on top of it all. These fights repeat. We fight some of these jokers 4 or 5 times, which is nuts. If you don't have cameo power-ups to spare, you simply will not win. It's not going to happen. You need them or you're screwed. That doesn't feel very fair. September 16th, 1994, that's the day Spider-Man and Venom flew onto store shelves with Maximum Carnage. Critics were impressed with the cast of characters, comic book story cutscenes, and soundtrack, but called the combat repetitive after a certain point. This is one of those games that my friends and the other kids at school all played. If they didn't own it, at the very least, they'd rented it. I'd love to know where you fall on this one, if you're of the age where that would have been possible. Let me know down in the comments. One of the biggest takeaways from Maximum Carnage, though, was the desire for multiplayer. Look, we've got Spider-Man and Venom, this amazing tag team. My brother and I would play games together all the time. Most of my friends had siblings. Wouldn't it be cool if Maximum Carnage had a 2-player mode? Or better yet, what if it had a 2-player sequel? Introducing Venom and Spider-Man Separation Anxiety. Yeah, Venom gets top billing this time. How do you like that? That's how cool Venom is, man. Separation Anxiety delivered exactly what we wanted from Maximum Carnage. 2 players. Venom and Spidey kicking ass side by side. You and a friend smashing it up. All of the footage I captured for this video was me playing by myself, but hey, the option for 2 players is there nonetheless. Immediately you'll notice the graphical differences between Separation Anxiety and Maximum Carnage. In this new game, the camera is pulled back way further. The sprites are smaller and everything has a much more cartoony appearance. Why did they make this change? I have absolutely no idea. I think it looks worse, to be honest with you. Now, does it look bad? No, I wouldn't say it's bad. The last retrospective video covered Alien vs. Predator on Super Nintendo. That looked bad. This is just a small step down. Arguably the best part of Maximum Carnage were the comic book panel cutscenes, right? These were fantastic. You want to see how Separation Anxiety tells its story? Here you go. This is it. Flat black background and plain text with a singular, unmoving image of whichever character you're playing as. This is it. It never gets better than this. There's absolutely no excuse for the removal of cutscenes, seeing as though Separation Anxiety is also a story pulled directly from the comics. Now, it's not the story from the arc called Separation Anxiety. It's kind of a hodgepodge of a couple things, but still, look at this box art. How cool is this? As a kid, I didn't know this character was called Scream. I was like, whoa, female Carnage. How about these guys? This is Lasher, Agony, Phage, and Riot. Again, with no cutscenes to explain who these bosses are, I said, wow, a green Venom. That's like a black Venom clone. Whoa, purple girl Venom? I had no idea these were real villains with actual backstories and abilities. That they're sprung from the same symbiote as Venom and Carnage. Even the back of the box doesn't help. It just says 5 times the Carnage. We needed those comic book cutscenes, Dan Dans. What a disappointment. Unfortunately, the less impressive graphics and other dearth of storytelling cutscenes are not the only things that drag down this sequel. The gameplay all around is far, far below where we came from. To the naked eye, you might be thinking, I don't know, it looks pretty similar to me. And it is, in most ways. The striking combinations are pretty much the same. We can still clunk 2 jabronis together like Mo, but the difficulty, holy hell. Oh my god, is this game hard. So much harder than Maximum Carnage. The onslaught of enemies is just ridiculous. They never stop spawning. Dozens of them. Look how often I'm getting interrupted in a combo. Pulling an opponent in and bashing them in clinch range is now useless, as everyone will rush you before you can do any real damage. Venom is stronger than Spider-Man, and honestly I feel like my punches land much more often when playing as Venom for some reason, but either way, you will never feel equipped to take on this game's insane level of challenge. Fighting Riot, yeah, that's Riot, is terrible. It feels impossible to get your hands on him. If I didn't have an infinite lives code on, I never would have been able to beat this game. At the end, you're required to fight Riot, Phage, Agony, Scream, and Lasher all before the showdown with Carnage. Are you kidding me? There's an argument that maybe the game is balanced for 2 players and I'm only one guy, but no. This game is hard even with a friend. And what the hell is with these guys? These nameless, faceless robot-looking dudes. These are practically the only humanoid enemies in the game. It's these jerks the entire time, level by level, so the enemy variety is cut in half as well. These white robots are new and they're a pain in the ass, but geez aloo, Dan Dans. Where'd everyone else go? I'm being really negative, so check this out. Ghost Rider is a new cameo power-up. So is Daredevil. And Hawkeye. That's a positive.
Okay, those are all good.
But if you really want to kick in the schwanz after beating this brutally difficult game, you want to know what you unlock? Hard mode. Go to hell. It's never easy to come back to a game and find out that it hasn't held up. you know? Because like Maximum Carnage, I also had separation anxiety as a kid, and I loved it. I mean, it's Spider-Man and Venom. Of course I loved it. And again, this game doesn't suck. It's just... there's a reason that more people talk about Maximum Carnage all these years later. That one holds up much better for my money. Separation Anxiety released in November of 1995. If you're keeping track of time, that's just over a year after the release of Maximum Carnage, which may be a great excuse for why it comes off a bit rushed. Critics were not as kind to the sequel, calling it repetitive. They complained that the graphics had taken a hit, and more. Today, both of these games carry a value of about $25, which, for a retro game in today's market, isn't too bad. For 25 bucks, I could recommend Maximum Carnage. Separation Anxiety? Not so much. I hope you've enjoyed
How
this
much
look
is
back
the
at two of the Spider-Man
Nintendo
games from
version?
my childhood, Dan-Dans. The Patreon support project still has goals to unlock, one of which is the Spider-Man trilogy on PlayStation 2. I really want to make this video, and if you want to see it, sign up at any level over on patreon.com/616.
I had all of those games. I've played all of those games. I don't need you to explain me those
I
games.
want to see that. Actually signed up? Man, we'd be done already. But speaking of being done, that's a wrap on this Symbiote special. Oh, there it is, Dan-Dans. Maximum Carnage and Separation Anxiety, another Patreon support project retrospective in the books. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for being in my corner. And thank you for just making this video possible. You know, it means a lot to me to have you guys by my side. So until next time, I love ya, and I'll see you soon.
Okay, we can watch some of this, but since it has like other kinds of content, I'm probably gonna have to watch it like this and plop this on.
It wouldn't be much fun to kill you just yet. I want you to suffer first.
Piccolo! I'm neither Kami nor Piccolo.
A Miccolo.
Simply a Namekian who's forgotten his own name.
Dude, I love hearing my house full of people. I love my, but I don't get to see them very often. But too bad my grandpa got sick, and only my aunt was able to make it. She's out there visiting, or my mom, my dad, and my brother, my aunt.
So you're a Super Saiyan as well.
Dude, I want Cooler to be brought into the mythology proper, dude. He's so much cooler than Frieza.
I have returned to command. Now every young boy in Nebraska knows that he gets a little too severe blindness and fairy palms.
Magnificent. What you left in a moment made passion for me.
Now then,
The moment is almost now. There is but one more young boy in this country to turn the tides of war.
We don't know. It's too risky. We don't have to.
Turn suddenly shaded one. Bring it on. Well, I the scum.
Back to the realm of Celestia!
Wow. That's really great in this movie. I don't know what he's doing.
No! I am losing the fight! I'm going down!
You know what I feel like talking about today? Fear mongering. It never goes out of style. Reaper Madness back in 1936 warned us of the dangers of human drug marijuana. The Redskins keeping us away from those evil commies who could be your next door neighbor. See even the news media today with its endless California's mountains of scare campaigns.
Oh, it sounds forward to.
Who are you? I'm rich. Okay.
Finish
Get out of my house?
Where's all that bravado? Yeah. Your tenacity proved at least.
Excuse me. Don't be Richard.
Anyways, that brings me to today's subject, the Chick Tract. For those of you that don't know, a Chick Tract is a short evangelical literary work created and published by publisher Jack T. Chick. In short, they're a bunch of brief comics that warn about the folly of man and how to best avoid God's wrath. Now, it sounds silly enough, but this guy is prolific, selling over 750 million tracts via his publication. Gosh damn, man, that's a lot of Jesus. Jack B. Nimble, Jack T. Chick, Jack B. Right for pilot shit, you know what I'm saying? One track, though. was meant to stand out among the rest. The owner of the 1984 publication of Dark Dungeons. This one dealt with the dangers of playing Dungeons and Dragons and the satanic inclinations of those who worship the multi-sided god. I mean, come on, let's talk some sense, all right? We all know how dangerous Dungeons and Dragons is. Among the tabletop gaming community, Dark Dungeons became something of a cult classic, a cultural bookmarker of the lengths that people would go to demonize this simple hobby. So, what's this I have here, you may ask? Well, I'll tell you. Apparently, a group of filmmakers acquired the actual legitimate rights to make a film adaptation of Dark Dungeons track. And yes, Jack T-Shit put his stamp of approval on it. Oh, and there it goes. 200 damage to my DVD player for reading the data on this goddamn disc. So, our film begins as a secret council discusses how it has been plotting to bring more and more innocent youths to the dark side.
Evil will reign, and we will bring it forth in the flesh. Astrology and tarot card sayings are pulling more and more young people into the dark ways domain.
World politics are steadily progressing toward our one world government.
And I left an episode of Bill Nye the Science Guy on 3 separate people's TVs.
I'm excited to announce that this year more people have decided to be homosexual than ever before this year.
Bring it on. Don't take some.
When the stars are...
Oh shit, he will awaken and revel across the world. Then you'll go to hell with all the Catholics and Jews and fanatics gathering with Satan! So here we meet friends and protagonists, Debbie and Marcy, 2 devoutly Christian girls who find themselves on a new college campus together, ready to explore college life and spread the good word of the Lord. Whatever their college orientation, and watch a film on a projector that's as outdated as the belief presented in this text.
Nice.
RPGers.
At this juncture, we're introduced to the so-called RPGers. In this world, they're the
That's
cool
how they
kids
view
on
themselves.
Campus. Mm-hmm. Very
I've been a
factual
part
there.
of so many
Marcy and
nerd
Debbie are
groups
instantly
that
allured.
not only
off campus for years,
not only
but
do
they're
these
just
people
too
have like
popular.
main character
What's an
syndrome,
RPG?
right?
You
But they actually
don't
believe
need
themselves
to know.
to be like that. It's
I kind of
Peter,
do though.
stop whining.
But ignoring Mike's
Stop
warning
whining.
against engagement with this radical group,
I've seen a lot of students try to dabble with RPGs. Not one has ever stopped.
the girls set off to the fraternity of role players in an attempt to convert some of the players to a different way of thinking, or so they say.
What's the matter, you butt monkey?
Socialize? I
What?
guess you're right.
What,
If we don't
buddy?
go to this party, you and I would be spending all Saturday alone together in our dorm room. And how much fun could we have doing that?
Not much, I guess.
And not much you could do there.
What could go wrong?
I'm not playing secret, bro. There's no need for a
I'm
warm-up
having
here.
second thoughts.
Yeah, maybe we should just go.
What mutations does Cooler have that set him apart from Frieza? Is it just different power levels?
Marcy away, they are now whisked into the dark underbelly of the role-playing world. Hydration is important.
For the main event! Oh, motherfucker, I was born ready!
Let's get ready to RPG!
Oh, you want to go out there, buddy? You want to go say hello to everybody? All right,
Say
buddy.
so.
You were barking at people earlier. You go, buddy.
Wow, that's a very coincidentally coordinated action.
Maybe we should go. That senior warned us about playing RPGs.
I love
what
that
does he
family's
know?
here, bro.
Mike knows nothing. After all, what did he say?
She's like 43.
Mike said that once we start, we won't want to stop.
That's true. Eating, drinking, and
Drinking. Especially pizza. I hope you are not disrespecting Mistress Frost by refusing.
Calm down, Nitro.
Yeah, seriously, what the fuck? Calm down, dude. Go back to playing flip cup, huh?
They want to be a couple of chickens who go their entire lives without experience and the unrivaled career of an RPG.
We're not chickens.
Absolutely my plan. Also, I'm gonna need a DNA sample from each of you. And a picture of each of you. Should we talk about this? So, girls fall victim to a mysterious lady who is definitely college-ready and the correct demographic for role-playing. Introduces them to the new RPG game.
The night is the day is to be shattered.
Shadow, heard you wanted to the first time. Got it.
Ah. Fuck off, Krillin.
Possessor of the real power.
Yeah, how come, excuse me, why does she get the real power? What is the real power exactly? It sounds better than whatever I got. Shadow? Yeah, Shadow's not as good as real power.
Now, let the games begin. And may your roles be ever natural.
Huh? Okay.
Playing games with an evil witch woman who's definitely college age. Wait, why did that guy just blow smoke out of his face? That's weird. When you die in the game, you die in real life, except you don't. You go back to your dorm and play some GTA 5. Uh-huh. All right, whatever.
I use magic missile to attack the darkness.
Baldric Windy Drawers, defeated and broken at your feet. How shall you slay your defeated foe?
Oh, God.
You don't have to kill him, do you?
No, you could show mercy to your enemy. Well, all of the cost would be your gold and your weapons.
Oh, dead, gauntlet, dastardly witch!
I will slay the helpless foe. I have no mercy. I am chaotic neutral.
Excellent RPG, Debbie.
I stab him with a poison dagger. You want it? You want it? Then take it.
Yo, bro.
You know, this is all cool and good, but and I'm only 15! Or at least that's what the crack in my brain made my brain say to me. What is this shit? So the girls go home and sit on their beds, reading about the fun they had earlier in the night, while dark counsel screams about their upcoming
Okay, so Baby's not my dude.
I don't know
Super
what it
Baby
was.
2 is fucking super awesome.
Keep on trying. You'll get there. See, that wasn't so hard, was it?
I gotta go.
You're nice and
One
nice.
man down. I'm going in. Oh no, I fucked it up.
Feeling great.
You know, when you first started,
Wanna go?
students here, since you involved great.
Fuck, they did the wrong one. Messed with that one.
Is it?
Debbie, well, I suggest you read a totally real book that has absolutely no poison, meaning or killing in it called the Holy Bible. But predictably, not heeding her professor's advice, she decides to go back in for one final game and discovers she is ready to deceive
Oh, I'm definitely getting the D for this one.
Yes, both of those things for some reason. Hold on, that's what RPG does? That's what gives you? That's fucking awesome! I gotta get on that right now! So Debbie uses her newfound real powers to get an A+ on her paper. Oh, and now she dresses like Morticia Adams by the way. And some weird shit like this goes down.
Shit! Oh, fuck no! Ah!
Important matters. Evil undead lich Zygon is attempting to reach the gate.
Yeah, I'll let you finish out Byron missions in the dark. It's all good about the evil lich, but first check out the high score flex.
I still love the game. It's just the same kick it used to have, you know? I could go with some stronger stuff.
Then
It's an allegory for drugs.
L-A-R-P.
What's that? Yeah. What's that?
Live action role
What's
play.
that? Oh man, that is so cool. Rouse starts slain.
3,000 in a critical. Dark out critical. Thunder! By our slain.
It's time to face your opponent. So you have gained many skills
Fucking
through your
dork.
RPG. LARPing will tax them as they've never been taxed before. Who are you?
I'm Marcy.
No.
I mean, literally. Who are you? I have a very short-term memory.
I'm Blackleaf, the thief of the shadows.
Sick voice. So now the dungeon mistress, Mrs. Frost, is prepping the girls for live-action role-playing. She explains that they can never break character, or else suffer the wrath of forever losing their privilege to play RPGs with her. No, that would be a truly unbearable fate.
You come across this in your quest.
Appears to be some kind of torch.
Yes, one of the many varieties.
Fuck. Trying to do. Wow, they beat the shit out of Cooler. No! Cooler, no! Okay. Bingo bongo, bong bong bing. Bingo bongo, it's Cthulhu.
Salagadoo, la mechica boo, la bippity boppity boo. Put them together and what have you got?
Recipe for disaster.
I think it means something is not dead, which has the capacity to exist eternally.
Just admit it, you put that shit in Google Translate when we weren't looking, didn't you?
And if the abnormal duration comes, then death might cease.
What on earth does that mean?
That is not dead. For God's sake, would y'all quit that shit? And it's Cthulhu. Of course it's Cthulhu. Who else would it be? We got Cthulhu.
Mistress Frost, the Dark One requires a sacrifice if he is to fully rise.
Why is she using a walkie-talkie? Aren't they demons? Can't they speak to each other through brain? And since when has she got an earpiece on? I mean, these are a bunch of well-coordinated techie demigods, I'll tell you that much.
I can easily take care of that. No. The Dark One needs one of them to take her own life.
Actually, McDougal back here says we all get a free Egg McMuffin if you do the slaying yourself, so... You know what? You know what, actually, it's probably not the greatest idea to piss off Cthulhu Lord of Darkness for the McDonald's breakfast menu, so... Oh yeah, abort mission, actually. Hey, you know what, fuck it. McMuffins all around, let's get this party started!
You travel deep, deep down your path, where you encounter the zombie.
I shall decapitate the fiend.
You encounter...
Excuse me, what's my one again?
Ready to kneel? I am Tiamat.
How are you doing that with your voice?
That is not an adequate answer to my question.
I am Legion.
Stop that right now!
If you act, you will be breaking the carriage.
Oh God, anything but that! So, Betty comes to the conclusion that she must betray Marcy as not to break her character. Marcy is declared dead from the game.
Marcy, get out of here. You're dead. You don't exist anymore.
My God. This is going to be really awkward when we get home into their dorm room. Oh yeah, that's awkward. Yeah! No, like, you really did it! Hoping wasn't really a big deal, honestly.
It's nice Blackleaf guy.
So yes, Marcy fucking actually hangs herself over exile from the RPG, and well, fun fact about this one, it's actually ripped straight from the original picture, right down to the formatting and the font of the text. Now that's how you do an adaptation. Take note of that, Dragon Ball Evolution.
Oh God, that
fucking
game
anomalous
was fucking terrible.
I can't get Marcy out of my house.
All she was good for was reading the Necronomicon and summoning the demons.
Come on, that's it! That's all she was good for.
Being upset that she caused her friend to commit suicide, as one does, Debbie gets even more fired up and plays right into the hands of Mrs. Frost. So logically, she goes into the nearby steam tunnels and starts casting spells of bat sounds. And also she encounters a poo-poo monster that tries to eat her.
I want to be eaten!
Oh, I feel that.
Debbie, why don't you just give up?
Oh gosh, the ghost of Marcy is back.
God,
it's a miracle.
It's your fault. I'm dead.
Okay, even if that were true, little subtlety take you a long way.
Whoa, bro.
Marcy, I'm so sorry. Why don't you come join me?
I will, Marcy. I will.
Brace yourself for the coming battle. It's one big party, and all your friends will be there.
Oh yeah? Well, that sounds an awful lot like what a disguised Satan would say.
God help me! God help me!
Hey, Debbie, what's wrong?
Well, it's a bit of a long story. Was a friend ever hung herself because of a character in Dungeons and Dragons?
Evil without end is about to descend upon the earth. And none of my RPGs eventually stop.
Been there, girlfriend.
Debbie, I told you. Jesus is the only way. Using RPGs to fight evil will never work. These RPGs are
Hey! So now with the help of Deus Ex Machina Mike, Debbie is taken to the one man who can help her rid herself of the evils that now infest her soul because of the tabletop dungeon crawler. The local local cast. Get a full drink or a difference I see between two. One of them's real yummy, you know what I'm saying?
Jesus set us free from the bondage of this trap. Gather up all of your paraphernalia. Rock occult books, including those by C.S. Lewis and J.R.R. Tolkien.
Although I will be given a pass on the works of George R. Martin, because fuck me, Jon Snow is just a total goddamn heartthrob, and you know if you doubt the occult nature of these books, just take a look here. No kid should be going through a wardrobe into a winter wonderland having dialogue with a fucking lion! That's just a motherfucking witchcraft!
Don't throw them away. Burn them.
Yes, burn them! The smaller the chance of an unbiased peer study, the better! So Debbie gives in to the power of the Lord and asks to be absolved of her inner demons.
Destroy this planet, but I prefer a challenge. I do have my pride.
I want to see cooler versions of
really want
Vegeta.
to lose all your weapons and gold.
Debbie, for God's sake, the man is speaking reason. Listen to him.
You are nothing without the game.
All right, cool it.
Jesus, I repent. I want you to be in charge of everything, not that lousy RPG manual.
Hey, you watch what you're saying about Emmanuel. He's pretty cool. Now, back at base, the demon computing systems are going off the charts because Debbie renounced her role-playing character.
The stars are no longer right. Why are the stars no longer right?
The systems are malfunctioning. John is clocking in at a whopping 3:19.
What did you do?
See you, Cthulhu. Nice to know you. Nice to see you. What the fuck is this? And so with that, balance is restored. And whoa!
Bada boom!
Holy crap! Was that necessary?
It was
Okay.
absolutely
and the film ends,
necessary,
how
my
else,
boy.
but with a mass book burning. Beautiful.
Thank you, Lord, for setting me free.
That is word for word how the comic strip goes, and it even makes mention to the specific works of C.S. Lewis and J.R.R. Tolkien, which makes it so much better that it's actually in the movie. Now, you can argue that this movie didn't take this or these topics seriously, but the writer of the original work did, and this is a true adaptation. So that makes this movie legit, and that's all that matters to me. So everyone, thank you for going on this wonderful journey with me. Good night. God bless America's secular society. Yeah, maybe.
There's no need for a warm-up here.
I actually own all of those books on Audible. I don't have the attention span. I have really bad, I have pretty bad ADHD. That's why you'll see me playing a lot of video games where I do a lot of different stuff.
Not bad. Here comes the pain.
Nope. Nope.
17.
My never learn. What?
So how's defeat?
Oh boy, looks like I'm up.
What?
Well, I'm quite confident in my speed.
Nice.
Oh, that was amusing. You know, your attacks are about as painful as mosquito bites to me.
Dude, my internet's all over the place today. It's bouncing from 5,000 kilobytes per second to 12,000 kilobytes per second. Do your Majin Buu. Well then.
Majin Buu. I was not expecting this.
You want to fight, Boo?
Ready? Consider yourself spiced up! Out back here! Because you can't escape! You can't escape! Now then, there you are! Have you now!
Gotcha. Wow, he juggled me like Shang Tsung in Mortal fucking Kombat, bro.
defy the gods. You have sealed your fate for eternity.
I got a B of a character down, and I still got a B. That's pretty good. I'll be right back, guys.
Brace yourself for the coming battle!
Uh-oh.
Well then, ready to kneel?
Oh, shit.
Is that all? See this one? Hello. This to you. I will end this. Now,
Put a little extra oomph behind that last blast.
My father
short-sighted like my brother. I will be sure to exterminate every last one of you!
Oh man, I love Cooler. He's like, I see you, I don't give a fuck. Let me put these hands all about that face. All about that face, all about that face, all pressure, bro. It does. Alcohol decisively makes you violent, bro. Oh, sorry, I'm watching a video. Here. Wait, nah. I love Cooler, dude. So I think we'll be here for about another hour and a half. So about 4 o'clock. And then we'll cut it off. But I love you guys are spending some time with me today. As I said, I love when my family's here. Be here, be merry, have fun. Let's play some games. Let me know what you got for Christmas. Let me see. Or at least tell me. I can't see it. What the fuck am I saying? No, marijuana does not. It demotivates you sometimes, and I can't say it doesn't. But as Wiz Khalifa said, if you're smoking and you're lazy, that's on you. That is all your choice. You choose still what to do while you're smoking. The same as I'm choosing to play Dragon Ball FighterZ Z right now. You choose to sit there and watch TV all day. You know, you could smoke a J and go for a walk. It's your fault. It's your choice. If you're lazy, that's you. It's mind over matter. And if the marijuana is controlling your actions so much to where it's hindering your, normal everyday action, then you need to stop doing it. You need to leave it alone. Oh yeah, I forgot. I should stop responding to videos because you guys aren't watching.
I am not my inferior little brother.
You'll find I'm not as naive as Kakarot.
It's all or nothing. Don't make me
What, bro? From the jump, they took Homeboy out. They're like, we need to put everything out to take this guy down, and they fucked Cooler in the ass, bro.
Cooler defeated like this?
I'll make this quick. Is that a 1 to 10? Well, enjoy Oblivion. On a scoop and watch it. This to you.
Ah. Ooh.
Now I can have some fun. It's time to die.
Okay, so I pressed the button and he just stood there.
Frieza's brother, huh? I'll admit you're better than I expected. You know, meeting the likes of you makes me wish Jiro had put your cells in me as well.
Whoa, bro, pause. 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 Cell, yo. No. No. As the one King Sly would say, pause, dude. You can't be talking like that out here in the streets. People are gonna get confused about what your intentions are.
Brace yourself for the coming battle! Ready?
Show me more.
Cooler gets his ass kicked too much.
Turn out too soon. Guess I'll just destroy you. Not good enough. I'll give you your best shot.
Hi, Cooler. You got defeated by Beerus, dude. That's like a compliment.
Now I can have some. Show me more. I'm not done yet. Show me more. Interesting. This is the end. This pain will make me stronger. My very being towers above all things, the whole universe.
Congratulations. Okay. Poor Iman Vellani. Marvel did her dirty, dude. The actress for what was it? Miss Marvel. They basically let her take the brunt of all of the criticism, all of everything, right? It's not Iman Vellani's fault that Kamala Khan is a badly written character. It's not Iman Vellani's fault that her movie was poorly written or that her show was poorly written. It isn't. But, you know, you can look at her portrayal objectively, remove it from the mythology, right? And look at, you know, how she looks as the character, how she portrays the character herself, and how she acts as the character. She's a passable actress. The character looks spot on for the comic, you know, and the actress loves to be the character. Okay, be the character. It's good. You be that character. But they need to get better writers in there. They need to get better directors, and they need to stop harping so much on an us versus them type of mentality. That's what they need to do. Stop being so divisive and make good movies like you did through Phase 3. You know, Phase 1, good movies. Phase 2, good movies. Phase 3, good movies. Phase 4, what happened? It's an overindulgence, or it's an overabundance of something that doesn't need to be indulged or like excessive, because you get one thing and the fans are gonna excessively obsess about it. So honestly, with a more as a or a less as opposed to more approach would actually benefit something like the MCU. I genuinely believe it would. Now, what the fuck ever DC's gonna do, I don't know. But I have high hopes for Superman Legacy. I have high hopes for Batman Brave and the Bold. And I have high hopes for whatever they decide to do with Wonder Woman. But they need to get a competent writer in there. They need to not let not Kathleen Kennedy, but Patty Jenkins, they need to not let her go full on mask off. She did great with Wonder Woman, the original. 1984 was one of the worst fucking movies I had ever seen in my life. It is terrible. The antagonist is terrible. The fucking protagonist is ridiculous. And it's not even ridiculous in a sense for a comic book character. The acting was ridiculous. You know, as much as I love Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman, 1984 proves that if you make a bad movie, or if you put a good actor in with a bad director who is overworked and incapable of focusing, then the movie's gonna be shit, regardless of how much the actor is good. So, I don't know. Kratos would destroy the World Serpent. He would. What does the World Serpent do that Gaia didn't do? What does the World Serpent do that Kronos didn't do? Nothing. Kratos killed both of them. Is he live right now? Oh, no, he's not. Then why does it show a red thing next to his name? That's weird.
opponent.
I'm not my inferior little brother.
If you're not gonna make a move, then allow me.
Get ready.
Is that all? I'm unstoppable! I'm unstoppable! Well, see this one? Try. Did you honestly think vermin like you could best me?
I honestly think that if it was Cooler that attacked the Saiyans instead of Frieza, that the Saiyans wouldn't even made it to outer space, to their upper atmosphere. I don't think so. I don't. I think Cooler would have saw what was happening, saw the uprising looming, and just destroyed the planet. Wouldn't even let them get to the point where Bardock would be able to warn any of the Saiyans. Whether or not they listen to him is pretty much irrelevant. But I think Cooler would have just destroyed them all. I don't think there would have been any ifs, ands, or buts about it. Just straight up destruction.
The outcome of this fight is anybody's guess.
I'm not my inferior little brother.
It looks like I have to fight.
Get ready.
Take that revenge, Captain! Out of my sight!
I'll make this quick. I'm quite confident in my strategy. Very well. Hello. I'll make this quick. I'll make this quick. Your plans end with me. Take this! Ever see this one? Over here. Let's go. I will end this. Your way! I'll make this quick. I've attained perfection. I will destroy you for good. I will end this.
Man, you sure love blowing up planets, huh? Wait, you're not a god of destruction, are you?
Oh, that would be such a cool concept. Like, what would happen, like, if before Beerus met Goku and Vegeta, we know there's a 40-year time gap between them. What if before, like 20 years before Beerus met Goku and Vegeta, we know he was sleeping, but what was Whis doing? Was Whis training Cooler to become a god of destruction? And then Beerus saw what Whis was doing and killed Cooler to snuff out a successor. That would be a cool concept. A cool idea to show us how powerful Beerus really is. And that's why we never see Cooler in Dragon Ball proper, because he died fighting Beerus. That would be a cool concept, bro. Oh, there's something I want to do. History of Cooler. You know, I've just been trying to get away from the things that I don't like and trying to dive into the things that I do like. You know, because I'm honestly tired
Frieza
of everybody just complaining about
may be
everything.
Dragon Ball's most well-known supervillain, but
I wouldn't call Frieza a
he wouldn't be the
supervillain,
last of his family we'd
because a
see.
supervillain implies like
On this
a
edition of
comedic
Dragon Ball In
intention
Depth,
to
we
take over the world, you know? Like Joker and his intentions to take over Gotham by
look back at the
murdering
character
people.
history of Frieza's older
Or
brother,
no,
the
they're
arrogant
villains. They're just bad guys. They're evil. They're evil in the sense that Hitler was evil. They want totalitarianism. They want complete control. And that's what makes them such good literary villains. In a world of ultimate powers, right? Like Goku and Vegeta, what rivals an ultimate power if not another ultimate power? And on top of that, what makes a good
And
villain?
powerful
A
Cooler.
competent, strong hero. Goku. Goku makes Frieza a better character. The Z Fighters, when they were being good against Frieza's evil, it was making it
この放
better.
送はご覧のスポンサーの提供でお送りします。
God damn, that was loud.
Although not a part of Akira Toriyama's original manga series, Cooler is an important character to the Dragon Ball Z anime movie continuity, not only because he provided a unique twist on one of Goku's greatest foes, but also because he's the first villain to be the centerpiece of not one, but two Dragon Ball Z movies. Like with almost all Dragon Ball Z movie villains, the concept of Cooler was created by Takao Koyama, but the actual character design was drawn by series creator Akira Toriyama himself. The same goes for Cooler's Armored Squadron. However,
That's why Cooler's
while
so
Toriyama
awesome.
provided basic character designs for the previous movies, this marked the first time that he fully designed all of these characters, including height charts and colors,
Height
making it
charts and
extremely
coloring
easy
and
for the anime
everything?
staff.
Holy crap.
Cooler would be voiced by Ryusei Nakao, whom also voiced Frieza, but portrays the character accurately as an older and more mature brother. The same goes for Andrew Chandler, who portrayed Cooler in the dub. Cooler's design is very similar to that of his younger brother Frieza in his He's much taller and does appear older with different colors. Cooler himself states that this is indeed his fourth form, and unlike his brother, he can rise to a higher fifth form, but more on that later. Most of the fanbase could easily figure out that Cooler's name pun followed the ice name puns of his family, like Frieza and King Cold. However, there is actually a deeper story to this, as was explained in Daizenshuu 6. His actual name is Kula, but Cooler isn't really incorrect. Producer Kozo Morishita was worried that naming him Cooler would be too direct and recalled that in his hometown of Shizuoka, you say Meshi Demo Kuda, which translates to let's chow down, and thus felt the name Kula would work. Wacky Dragon Ball history that
cool.
nobody cares about except
That's
the uber
cool.
nerds like me.
We hear you, Geekum. I am one of them. I love you. Thank you, brother.
Cooler's first appearance came in the form of the fifth Dragon Ball Z theatrical movie entitled Tobikiri no Saikyo Tai Saikyo, which translates to The Incredible Strongest vs. Strongest. When it was dubbed by Funimation, it was simply called Cooler's Revenge. A little too simple if you ask me. In the film, we find out Cooler was present during the final days of Planet Vegeta and Bardock's one-man revolt. During these events, Cooler's ship detected a lone shuttle carrying baby Goku to Earth. He was alerted of this, but decided against killing the child because this region of the universe was under the jurisdiction of his brother and wanted him to deal with his own mess. This mistake would prove to be costly for his entire family. About 27 years later, Cooler would discover to his shock that his brother was defeated at the hands of a Super Saiyajin, and decides to hunt down his brother's adversary and restore honor to his family. He traces Goku to Earth, and while he and his friends are camping, Cooler and his armored squadron of Dole, Sauza, and Knees attack our heroes, and Cooler paralyzes Goku with a single blast to his back, leaving him out of action for the majority of the movie. Later on, in the climax of the film, after taking a Senzu that Gohan got for him, Goku makes a comeback and faces Cooler one-on-one. This is when Cooler reveals that he was able to reach a higher form than his brother, a fifth form. Although I feel that this form looks absolutely badass, what bothers me about this form is that it's a contradiction to what was in the manga. Frieza's base form, his birth form, is his fourth form that we see in the series, and his previous three forms were created by Frieza to conserve his power. So, is Cooler's fifth form his true birth form, or something
No,
he
it's an
achieved through
ascended
training his
level
body
like
to
gold.
reach higher levels? The latter makes more sense, but is contradicted in 2015's Dragon Ball Z Resurrection F, when the revived Frieza reveals that after training for 4 months, he unlocked a new evolution, Golden Frieza, which leapfrogged him over the majority of the series' villains. So are these two brothers just mutants who can manipulate their bodies at will
They're
and just
biomechanical, dude.
decided to
That's
choose
why
two
you can
different
see
ways to
them
change
come
their
back
bodies?
with
There's no
metal
sense in
attachments.
overthinking this, it's just a contradiction. After all,
It's not a
this is
contradiction.
a DBZ movie, which isn't part of the continuity and shouldn't be seen as such. Anyways, Cooler's fifth form reveals to be a challenge for Goku, but he bounces back, transforms, and fires Cooler into a star, never to be seen again, for about 7 months until this film's direct sequel, Gekitotsu Hyaku Oku Pawa no Senshitachi, aka Clash 10 Million Power Warriors, also known as The Return of Cooler, depicts, well, the return of Cooler. Borrowing ideas from a number of other science fiction and comic book sources, the film explains that although Cooler appeared to die after being blasted into this sun, Cooler's remains somehow were able to merge into a living mechanical machine called V'ger, the Big Getty Star, fusing with Cooler's essence and allowing him to take control of the nanotechnology and essentially build himself a new cybernetic body called Meta Cooler. Not Metal Cooler, that's a mistranslation. Cooler would take the Big Getty Star to planet New Namek to enslave the Namekians and use them to fuel the craft. Enter Goku and his friends, who arrive to save the day. During their fight, Cooler not only proved that his new body was tremendously more powerful than even the fifth form we saw in the last movie, but also he was a much smarter fighter, actually learning the instantaneous movement. Did Cooler make a pit stop on planet Yardrat before hitting New Namek? The movie doesn't say, but he became the first villain in the series to learn the technique, followed by Cell and Majin Buu. This time, Vegeta joined the fight, and together he and Goku were able to defeat Meta Cooler, but are horrified to discover that he was only one of 10 million Meta Coolers. The true form of Cooler's consciousness would be deep inside the Big Getty Star. Cooler attempted to drain Goku and Vegeta of their ki and use it to power the Big Getty Star, but Goku and Vegeta ignited their bodies and overloaded the system. After this, Goku and Vegeta had one final showdown with Cooler and put an end to him once and for all and saved the Namekians.
Wow. I wish they'd bring this idea into Super.
We are unsure of how many planets Cooler actually is in control of, but the highest number stated is 256, and this information came from Daizenshuu 6 because Dore is from planet Cooler 256. In fact, the other members of his squadron appear to be born from planets that he was in control of previously, with Sauza hailing from planet 98 and Knees from planet 6. Cooler's armored squadron is basically his version of the Ginyu Force. The name puns for his henchmen are based on condiments, with Sauza being Thousand Island dressing, not salsa, as many folks believe. Dore is dressing, and Knees is mayonnaise, like mayonnaise. The concept of Cooler was always a cool idea, no pun intended. Much like his little brother, Cooler had his own branch of the Empire, presumably put together by King Cold, but we don't know that for sure. Cooler has shown to have somewhat of a sibling rivalry with his baby brother, however, his personality differs greatly. While Cooler is nowhere close to being a nice guy and is by all accounts a ruthless and vile dictator just like his brother, Cooler always came off more mature, intelligent, and focused than Frieza. Cooler never allowed his paranoia or his ego to get the best of him and truly wanted to test his skills against Goku rather than just toy with him. Unlike Frieza, Cooler appears to be more respectful and calculating, but he still has that same arrogance and considered himself the most powerful in the universe and would have never thought to have lost to a mere monkey, but he did, twice. Although Frieza is my favorite villain in Dragon Ball, Cooler has a special soft spot with me because when I first was collecting fan subs back in the late 90s, the two Cooler movies were the first fan subs that I owned in Japanese years before they got a Funimation home release, and I would watch them over and over again. So there's that special nostalgia with these films that will be
Yup.
in my heart forever.
I love
With
Cooler.
that
It's the
said,
same for
thank you
me.
for watching, and I will
When I was a
catch you
kid,
down the
all I
road.
had was Cooler's Revenge. Cooler's Revenge and the one with Super 17. But I loved Cooler's Revenge and I watched it over the one with Super 17 because that was GT and I didn't like that. Or not, was it Super 17? It was one of the androids. I can't remember. I think Super actually just basic GT. I can't remember. I haven't watched GT in years. I don't give a fuck about it. Like everybody else, all I care about is the wait, what? It's an hour long? No, no it isn't. What the fuck? My hypothesis between why or for why King Cold goes Frieza over Cooler is because Frieza is a direct clone and Cooler is a genetically manipulated clone that is maybe mixed with something else. I think the way they reproduce is by cloning, not by conventional means. Like Namekians reproduce through station or like egg, right? Humans reproduce through natural reproduction, right? But what if Cooler or Frieza's race, reproduces through genetic manipulation? Because we see they're technologically advanced to the point that they are able to, you know, create galaxies, or not galaxies, but like planets and empire throughout the galaxy. So it's either they're technologically
let's talk about this embarrassment of an article written by CBR.com. You
Or,
what
you
burns
know,
my biscuits?
I don't
the
know
fact that
what they could
websites
be.
like CBR.com, Screen Rant, We Got This Covered, all these websites never gave a damn about Dragon Ball. They never cared about Dragon Ball until Super came out and got popular. That's the only time they started doing articles on Dragon Ball. And they were covering stuff for years. And they never, ever got into Dragon Ball until it got popular. So this whole thing is a big cash grab. Not just that, but also I found out from somebody who used to work at Screen Rant, who I was going to debunk one of his articles, but he clarified to me what happened. What they do at Screen Rant is they find people to write articles about Dragon Ball who aren't even Dragon Ball fans. So that person has to go and find information out on the internet, and guess where they go? They go to Facebook, or they go to Reddit, or they go to Dragon Ball Wiki, which gets things wrong. Or they watch the series themselves. Or a lot of times, they're not even like really hardcore fans. They just watch Dragon Ball Z when it was on Toonami and do everything based off of memory. So these articles, these writers don't even like really understand Dragon Ball on that level to be writing articles about this. Now, I want to clarify. There's nothing wrong with being a casual fan. There is nothing wrong with being a casual fan of Dragon Ball. I'm not like those elitists who think you have to be an expert. I'm not that kind of guy. Maybe I used to be years ago, but I'm not that guy anymore. However, if you're going to write articles and, produce content on Dragon Ball, shouldn't it be a good idea to know what you're talking about? Right? Shouldn't you at least know what's going on? And this article has so many problems. There's so many things wrong with this article, and it proves my point. Now, I'm not saying that CBR does what Screen Rant does, where they hire people who aren't really fans to write stuff about Dragon Ball, but it seems like they do. Why King Cold preferred Frieza over Cooler? Dragon Ball Z introduced the villainous brothers Frieza and Cooler. Why did their father King Cold always spoil one over the other? First of all, it is never stated that King Cold spoiled Frieza more than Cooler. That's never stated. The only time that was ever maybe implied that Frieza was spoiled is in Dragon Ball Super Broly when King Cold gave Frieza the Empire. But that's because Frieza had become of age, and probably because Frieza may have earned it. We don't even know why. They never clarify why off screen. But I did some research on this, because I'm like, wait a minute, what is he talking about? When did they state that King Cold preferred Frieza over Cooler? Because Cooler's only in the movies. He's not in the manga. He's not in any of the he's not in the TV anime. He's only in the movies. Right? And it turns out that it was in the dub. So once again, these guys that write these articles don't even take 2 seconds to cross-reference the dub with the Japanese version to see whether or not a line is in there. Now listen, I don't care if you like the dub. The Cooler movie dub has an atrocious and ridiculously bad script.
Father always spoiled you rotten, you little brat.
It's a really bad script.
Father always spoiled you rotten, you little brat.
And all the stuff they put out back then had terrible scripts. The Cooler movie, the Lord Slug movie, the Bardock and Trunks specials, they would go in there and they would change story points and take stuff out and put stuff in from the Japanese version, therefore confusing fans like this article has proven. There's a line in the Cooler movie where he's sitting down on the throne, and this is in the this is in the dub only, where he says, "Father always spoiled Frieza, or always preferred Frieza over me." And it's like, well, that's what he said, "Father always preferred Frieza over me." That line is not in the Japanese version. I didn't even hear it when I saw the dub because the damn rock music was so loud that you couldn't even hear what Cooler was saying. And I had to go back and check to figure out that that's what he said. So first of all, it's a dub-only line. So this entire article has already fallen apart. The entire article is completely fallen apart because that line's only in the dub. And the dub is trash, especially back then. Back then, the dub was trash. The script, that is. So he goes on to go into this, like, I'm not going to read the entire article for y'all, but he goes on to talk about how King Cold preferred his younger son, even though Cooler was more powerful, which again makes no sense because he never said that. It was only in the dub. And King Cold himself never said that. It was Cooler who said that. And then he talks about what qualities did Cooler possess to let him fall out of King Cold's favor. So the remainder of the article is complete headcanon. He just makes stuff up completely out of his ass. He goes into Dragon Ball Z canon here, which I hate when these articles do that because right when I hear somebody say the word canon, I'm already thinking they have no idea what they're talking about, and I was right. He says that it's hard to determine how much of what Cooler says should be taken into consideration. Well, the answer is none, because he's only said in the dub. But he says the film should take place immediately after the Frieza saga, but before the King Cold's arrival on Earth. That's impossible because King Cold arrived on Earth with Frieza before Goku did, buddy. How could it have taken place before King Cold's arrival on Earth if Goku was already on Earth, homeboy? King Cold and Frieza arrive, Trunks kills them, then Goku arrives. And Goku's in the movie already. And Master Roshi says, I'm glad you're back from Namek. The only place this movie can fit is during the 3-year skip after Trunks leaves before 19 and 20 show up. That is the only place this movie could possibly fit. And it still kind of doesn't, but that's the only place it could fit, right? Most Dragon Ball fans know that, not this guy. And he talks about how Cooler believed that Goku killed Frieza rather than Frieza being rebuilt by his father slain by Trunks. So he himself talks about how Trunks freaking killed him. Did you even forget that point? And he even talks about how Goku wasn't on Earth at the time. So it's like, why'd you even say that at the beginning of the article? Like, the guy contradicts himself in his own sentence, alright? Then he talks about how he talks about how King Cold goes out of his way to rebuild Frieza while allowing Cooler to return as Metal Cooler. First of all, King Cold did not allow Cooler to do anything. Cooler didn't become Metal Cooler until much later. It wasn't until after the 3-year skip, because Vegeta is Super Saiyan when he's Metal Cooler. And Vegeta was not Super Saiyan until after Trunks left. Until Vegeta achieved Super Saiyan during those 3-year gap, right? The one between the Trunks leaving and the androids coming. So Cold had nothing to do with Cooler at all. And he says he offers Cooler no help. And he's like, well, he should have helped Cooler. And it's like, dude, Cooler didn't become Metal Cooler until after King Cold was already dead. Like, what are you talking about? Like, and this is the problem. And then again, the Planet Trade Organization. Whenever somebody says Planet Trade Organization, that phrase was never used in the dub or in the sub. That was invented by Dragon Ball Wiki. That is a fan-made term. Whenever somebody uses that term in one of these articles, I immediately know that they went to Dragon Ball Wiki. They're not, like, they don't even follow the series. Like, these articles are all copy-paste bullshit. It's all the same bullshit from these people. So, he goes on to talk about how comparing Frieza to Cooler. He says, well, the reason why King Cold might have preferred Frieza is that he seemed to accomplish more than Cooler. Yeah, that's true. He did accomplish more than Cooler. So that answers the question. If he did prefer Frieza, that could be one way, but Cooler was also a different guy. I don't think King Cold cared. Plus, how do we know that in the Cooler timeline that King Cold didn't just give half his empire to Frieza and the other half to Cooler? We don't know that. Like, we don't know the details of that. It was because the movie, many fans would say, is not canon. So because of that, King Cold, like, Cooler does not exist in the main Dragon Ball timeline. So if you're trying to spend time trying to explain it, you're just gonna fall apart because you can't. Like, it's a movie, you know. Toriyama never even thought about Cooler. Now, if Cooler gets rebooted into a new movie or a new series, then they might retell the story. But until then, we don't have that. So he talks about how Cooler's armored squadron were the only people loyal to him. That's possible. And he talks about Cooler accomplished everything based on his own efforts. Frieza was given power by his father. We don't know all that. We don't know if Cooler we don't know that. You're just making that up. And, like, again, these articles just make shit up. And then here's the next section. King Cold spoiled Frieza because he was younger. You don't know that. You just made that up. You just made that up. It's a stereotype with parents. Okay, maybe, but this is Dragon Ball. Like, they don't follow every stereotype. Like, these articles are so trash, bro. It's like, dude, like, cover something you know about. Like, I know they're paying you, but it's like, bro, like, do a little bit more research. Ask some real fans. Like, reach out to some people. Don't just go to Dragon Ball Wiki and just copy-paste what they say, or just watch the dub without cross-referencing the sub. Like, you have to do that, because then you make articles like this, Anthony Grimulgia, or whatever. Oh, look, it says he wrote for, look at this, he's written for The Mary Sue, I don't know what that is, Screen Rant. What did I tell you? It's all the same shit, yo. It's all the same shit. The anime feminist. I don't know what that is, but that scares me. The gamer and vocal. All right. Well, Anthony Gramuglia, you should stop writing about Dragon Ball, bro. No offense. I'm sure you're a nice guy. Do a little bit more research because this article is straight trash. And you're basing the entire article off of a dub line. It's just garbage. If you want me to do more debunks of articles, hit the like button and leave a comment telling me so. And we'll move on and I'll explain more of why these articles are terrible because they really look, again, nothing wrong with being a casual Dragon Ball fan. That's fine. Not everybody knows everything. It's cool. But to write these articles and get paid and then they make money and you're spreading misinformation, dog, just do a little bit more research. It ain't that hard. It's not that hard to do this, yo. It really isn't. We'll talk soon. Have a great day. Take care of yourself. So I don't normally do reactions on this channel. This channel is mostly about Dragon Ball analysis and things of that nature, reviews and things of that nature, historical stuff. But I had a bunch of people tell me about this MatPat video for Film Theory, Dragon Ball Z. Frieza's 5 minutes was not a mistake. And of course, Frieza being my favorite character in Dragon Ball and me being somebody who, loves this series. I've been watching this thing for, God, since I was a kid, right? This is I'm a lifelong fan. And I've also been covering this thing for 6 years almost here on YouTube. A lot of folks are saying, Geekdom, what's your opinion on this? And so I decided to do something a little bit different this time. And I am going to do a reaction to MatPat's video. Now, this will be a little bit of a different kind of reaction in that I'm going to be watching the video with you guys. I had some audio problems earlier when I tried to do this. Frieza's father, King Cold. We only saw him for a little while in the series, and the question that a lot of people have asked is, how strong is King Cold? Well, on this video, I'm joined by power scaling expert Dragon Ball Nation as we discuss the true strength of King Cold. If you like the content on this channel and want more fun podcast columns as well as videos, check out geekdom101.com. It really is a shame that we only saw King Cold for just a few episodes and just a couple of chapters in the manga because I really wanted to see the father of Frieza go all out. And, he really is kind of a wasted character, I would say. And same thing goes for Dabura. I think Dabura was also a wasted character too. But anyways, on this video, I want to try and see if we can answer the question about how strong King Cold actually was. And here to help me talk about it, please welcome the expert, not of games, of power scaling, Dragon Ball Nation.
Well, I do know my fair bit about games as well, but I'd say Dino probably has me beat on that. But, yeah, I'm here to help figure out how strong is King Cold.
Well, I was talking about Expert Games, but there you go.
All right, man.
Remember, it's just funny that his channel's called Expert Games and he just does Dragon Ball stuff, but he does a few games here and there. But let's talk about King Cold. So, one thing I want to get out of the way before we go any further, okay, is there are several different kind of versions of King Cold, I want to say, and one of them is from Dragon Ball Multiverse, and I really want to get that out of the way because I know some people actually have used this to argue this point, and I think it's completely false. Dragon Ball Multiverse is a completely 100% fan-made manga with no relation at all to Toriyama, to Bird Studios, or to Toei, so they can make up whatever they want. And in Dragon Ball Multiverse, King Cold in his final form with max power is said to be as strong as Cell. And that's no. We know he's not as strong as Cell, right?
He would have if he was stronger than Cell, he wouldn't have taken Trunks' sword. I mean, I'm not going to get into the whole thing on if King Cold can transform because, quite frankly, I feel like if he could have, he would have first transformed, then taken Trunks' sword. That's just my thoughts. I don't want that to be, the video that's going on, the discussion going on in the comments.
Yeah. And here's my thing about that, actually, is that with King Cold, with regards to King Cold, we didn't know for many years if he really was in his second form or if he was in a different form, because we didn't know much about Frieza's race. We know that Frieza, based on the original manga, created the 3 other forms because his power was easier to control. And we assume that it's the same with King Cold, but we don't know for sure. Now, Dragon Ball Super has given us some clarity because of the fact that Frost's transformations look very similar to Frieza. Even though it's not outwardly stated, we can assume that King Cold's forms are at least similar. We can assume that, but again, there's no concrete proof. So, let's just say that King Cold was in his second form. Obviously, he'll be weaker. Trunks had his way with him, right? Trunks blocked the sword, blew him through the chest, and just killed him right away. And a lot of people feel, Josh, that had King Cold transformed, it would have been a more of a fair fight. I don't think so. I think that Mecha Frieza's final form, with his power and his enhancements, I think that he was wiped out way too easily by Trunks. And I don't know if King Cold was that much more powerful than Frieza. Now, before I go to you real quick, I want to say one quick thing. In the anime, it is stated several times that King Cold is stronger than Frieza. Ten Shinhan says, who is that key bigger than Frieza? Vegeta said it. But in the manga, no such thing is said. I want to make that very clear now. So, anime says King Cold is stronger. Manga says nothing. But let's just go with King Cold being stronger. Let's just say that he is stronger than Frieza. How strong do you think he is, bro?
Frieza, we know, was 120 million on Namek in his final form, 100%. Assuming he's at 100%, even though he's not buff in his mecha form, and his enhancements did make him a bit strong. Let's just put Frieza at like 130 million, right? 135 million.
You're just making up that number.
I'm ballpark. I'm spitballing. I'm spitballing by making an educated guess based on how Trunks wiped him out. Granted, you have to understand that Zarbon was estimated to be around a 30,000, and when Vegeta killed him, he was only a couple thousand ahead of him. So take note that Dragon Ball is very inconsistent about how much stronger you need to be than someone to really wipe them out. So take that with a grain of salt.
Yes.
And it's just my own headcanon and, me spitballing powers. I've always estimated Future Trunks had to have been around 180, maybe 190 million. King Cold could not have been much stronger if he was at all. And I don't want to give it away too early, but I don't even think he was stronger than Frieza, to be completely honest, from the manga.
From the manga, yeah. From the anime, it says he is. Yeah, we have to understand
that. And he
that.
couldn't be much, though. He tops could have been 145 million.
Instead of using the ballpark numbers, let's use more of a scale, all right? Frieza was no match for Goku because in the Trunks timeline, Goku beat him. Frieza was no match for Trunks. King Cold, here's where it gets interesting. King Cold was also defeated by Goku in the future timeline. That tells me, and I don't think anybody else got involved, but again, we don't know. Goku single-handedly defeated Frieza and King Cold. That tells me that King Cold was not that powerful, and that tells me that even if King Cold were to have a fourth form or a third form, it still would not have been enough. The way I've always seen
Goku would have let him transform. Now, we know the writers would not have thought of this at all. Not in the slightest.
Character of Goku would have let him transform because Goku loves a strong opponent. That is a fact. It just would have happened. I think that Goku would have let him transform into his final form if he knew about it, and then Goku would have beat him because he did. I mean, it's hard to argue that. It really is hard to argue.
I'm just going to go on the transformation side just to put my own opinion out there. I'm on the notion that, obviously the stuff with Super makes things a little more complicated. Stuff we've seen in the series about Frieza, making those new forms up. I feel like the whole King Cold thing's just something that's going to be lost forever and never touched upon. Why in the world, Frieza knowing how strong Goku is, yes, he's very proud. Why would he have his father come out in such, his second form or something like that? If it's the same power bonuses as something like Frieza's second form to third form to fourth form, of course King Cold would defeat Trunks, Goku, and everyone else in his final form, but in my mind, it's just not the case, and it's not something the writers thought of. But that's just kind of the way I see it, in my opinion. But
I just want to say I felt the same way too for years until we saw Frost. I think Frost somewhat changes things, but again, it's just based on assumptions. It's not necessarily something that something that we can really say it's concrete. And that's why we're having this discussion. Now, if we go by the anime, they sensed that King Cold was in his second form and was stronger than Frieza in his mecha form. I still think he would have lost to Trunks and Goku. Why? Because he did lose to Goku in the future timeline. I think that's the valid, solid point, that I think that no matter what, Frieza and King Cold stood no chance against Goku and stood no chance against Trunks. The power of a Super Saiyan was too much for them to handle, even with the mechanical upgrades and even with the daddy being there. I mean, that's the way I've always seen it, no matter what.
I'll use numbers for you, Daddy.
Thank you.
Chapter 330, okay?
Thank you. Oh, good. I love this. Everybody open up your mangas, go to chapter 330, and if you don't know which one it is, go to Kanzenshu. The guide will help you.
They sense Frieza's ki, they sense the soldiers, and Vegeta recognized that it's Frieza. Krillin recognized that it's Frieza. Yamcha says, Frieza, you mean to tell me his ki is this unbelievably huge?
Yeah.
And then Gohan says, that's not all. He gets much stronger than that. And then later on, note that Vegeta knew it was Frieza. Later on, when he gets killed by Trunks, Vegeta says, there's no doubt about it. That was actually Frieza. He picked Frieza apart in no time at all. To me, that's... The fact they're focusing so much on Frieza, because obviously they're gonna sense the other power, right? They sense the soldiers.
There's more of an emphasis on Frieza than on King Cold. What you're saying?
Right. What I'm saying is there's also evidence that they had to have sensed King Cold. They don't specifically say King Cold's out there in the manga. They don't sense that power specifically.
Vegeta doesn't even know who King Cold is. That's in both the anime and the manga, which I also thought was interesting.
Well, I want to say when Trunks kills the soldiers, though, Krillin says some of the power is gone, some of the ki has gone away now, or some have disappeared. A larger ki appeared, which was Trunks. That's what Krillin says. Then another ki disappeared, which was the soldiers. They must have sensed King Cold, but his power was not strong enough for them to be like, well, that's stronger than Frieza. We should be worried about that.
Yeah,
that's where it ends for me, in my opinion. That's really, I might be looking into it too much, but that's just what I feel like.
Well, not just that, but again, now we're speculating. What if King Cold knew how to hide his power? What if King Cold had the ability to hide his power? Maybe if King Cold was able to transform into his final form, if he even has one, he would pose a threat. But I still think the bottom line of this whole thing is I still think that either one would have been able to beat Trunks or Goku.
Well, again, you got to think like the writers didn't think of everything, but from what we are given with the manga, that's where I stand. And some people are like, you're looking into it too much. Well, I don't know what else you want me to do. I can't just make up stuff. I'm taking the evidence that we have and building upon that. That's just where I look at it.
It's hard to do, man. It's hard to do. But the point is, I want to take this to the comment section. What do you guys think? How strong is King Cold based on the anime or the manga? If you're going to comment, definitely let us know if you're referencing the anime or the manga, and we'll go from there. I just think that the entire purpose of King Cold and Frieza even showing up, writing-wise, was to get Trunks over. That's pretty much the only reason. So thanks, everybody, for checking out the video. Thanks to you, Josh, for being here.
Of course, of course.
All right, and we'll catch you down the road.
I loved all of that. All of that was great. But it just goes to show you that there's so much untapped potential.
Very special thank you to Squarespace for sponsoring this video. Now, before we talk about Dragon Ball GT's various transformations in the transformation guide, I thought it'd be fun to go back and look at some of the characters in Dragon Ball and in Z that have transformations and kind of examine the forms and tell you everything that we know about these forms. And we're going to start with a guy who really, his transformations are very different from other characters. We're going to go into that very shortly here in this video, but we are starting with Frieza, the topic of this video. Every single Frieza transformation and form will be explained and dissected next.
All right, I'm back. I made this argument 10 years ago on fucking forums and nobody wanted to believe me. Nobody wanted to believe me. I said Kratos is a literarily rich character. He has one of the most deep stories that you could possibly ask for. And everybody's like, no, he's just the smash and grab one note stupid character. Nuh-uh, uh-uh, uh-uh. Nope, nobody, nope, 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 nobody, nope. Fiddlestick. Ugh, Funko Pops are fucking garbage, dude.
I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. Really, that money. That money. So, that was one of the big critical things that we determined during the Christmas Marathon. How about games? Well, first game we played was Phasmophobia. And Phasmophobia, no exaggeration, went about as well as I expected that it was going to go in the setting in which it was presented. And here's what I mean by that. Phasmophobia is an online co-op game where you're expected to team up with a group of other people who kind of know what they're doing, and you're going to use different gadgets and things to find evidence of ghosts, and after a while the ghost starts to haunt you, and then apparently you team up to document that evidence and figure out what ghost it is. Like, that's the point of the game. Phasmophobia is not meant to be a game that for the first time you've ever even touched it, you boot it up during a marathon where you don't have time to research or figure out what you're doing. You have a live audience
Well, then
that
you
wants
should have
you to get to the
taken
meat of
time
it right away,
before
but
your
you don't even understand
stream,
the basics.
played it a
And
little
by the
bit, and
way,
figured out what
you
you're
only
doing,
have
but you
90
didn't.
minutes to play it. It was the worst. I'm not kidding here. Phasmophobia, I feel, is likely a great game if you approach it with the right amount of time, resources, mindset, and information, right? But it's an indie game. This is not some AAA game that's going to walk you through with a high-end tutorial so you know what you're doing. It's not easy to jump into. This
I
is a
got it.
game that
I
takes
got
some
it. I
research and
got the
time
name.
and takes a team of people, right? You can play it solo, but it's nowhere near as good solo from what I'm to understand. It's supposed to be a social experience. So if that's the case, why the hell did everyone nominate and vote for it for Christmas? I mean, you know what my marathons are. I do them every year. They're not any different. It's always the same. So it's an hour to an hour and a half to play a game. I don't have time to immerse myself or learn. It's just like play as much as you can, right? In the time you have. Why would you have nominated and voted for that game for Christmas? It doesn't make any sense. At least for Halloween, the idea is it's a horror game. That game did not fit into the Christmas Marathon whatsoever, but I'm not going to go against the wishes of the viewers who nominated and voted. I'm just going to say what gives, because that was probably the worst possible game you could have picked for the Christmas Marathon. I'm not mad. I'm just being honest with you. That was a really bad selection, you know? So what did I do? I tried to play through the tutorial to understand at least the basics, all right? So I
Fuck
could
off, Phil. You
understand the game
dirty
mechanics and
asshole.
stuff like that. The tutorial took like 40 minutes. You know, you're going through each room, you're learning how each device works. All right, so I got the gist of it. I couldn't finish the tutorial because I didn't have a microphone, which, by the way, again, everyone knows I don't have a microphone to interact with a PC. So why you selected a game that needs a microphone, I have no idea.
Yes,
Again,
you
it
do.
doesn't make any sense, but people still picked it. So, yeah, that was the deal. And I got through the tutorial. Okay, let's play. And people were like, well, you should just go right into a game co-op. Okay, I sat there for over 10 minutes trying to matchmake with people. No one would start a game. Everyone would form a lobby, talk, and quit. Form a lobby, talk, and quit. And then I got into a lobby, and it was just people throwing snowballs at each other and not playing the game, and then they all quit. So it's like,
This is the game, huh? So basically, unless you go into the game with your own party of people who know what they're doing, you can't party up with randoms. It's definitely a game meant for your friends or a team of people playing together. It's meant for a team of streamers who maybe want to play together. It has nothing whatsoever to do with my kind of style of content in any way. I did try to play it solo, okay, for maybe, what was it, 15 minutes? I walked through a house with all the devices. I detected absolutely no paranormal activity whatsoever. The only thing that happened was, after walking around the house for like 10 minutes, the car alarm went off in the garage. So I ran to the garage with all the devices, and I couldn't find anything. Okay, well, time's up. I've now played for 90 minutes. And everyone's like, oh, so disappointed. Then don't nominate that kind of game. If you know it's that kind of game, why are you nominating a team-based game when I don't have people that I team up with, right? Why are you nominating a game that you know you have to learn and walk through, and it takes a while to do that? Why are you doing this for a marathon? It makes zero sense.
I guess I didn't get ready enough, did I?
Nothing against the game. I actually feel like that could be a pretty good game. Like, in the right setting, with the right people, with the right knowledge, that sounds like a creepy game. And it definitely sounds like a game that if you team up with other streamers, you know what I mean? Oh, I'm watching so-and-so stream with so-and-so, and they're playing Fast and Furious, man, and they're freaking out, and they're screaming at their cameras, and they're acting like they're haunted.
Hello!
Okay, I can get the entertainment factor of that. What does any of that have to do with
Merry Christmas.
You all know I'm different. You all know I'm not the same as every other streamer out there. I'm not a music streamer, I'm not a player experience. It has a little player component. I play online like more Modern Warfare or Street Fighter, but you know I'm not a co-op streamer, so why should you get the co-op? Stop. I'm gonna say that right up front. Stop. Stop wasting your time. I had a shot or two of this, and I'm trying to make it buzz and be funny with commentary, so hopefully if you watch it, you'll keep it. But yeah, it was a waste of 90 minutes of there. Okay.
We got one there.
I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money.
Actually, yeah, I'll take that. I'll get rid of one of these. Get out of here, Daryl. You damn asshole. You aren't even in the comic book. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I was just about to ask for some of that. Hey, you. Alright. Where's our other teammate at? Oh, there you are. Alright, let's go find some people. You have to hop on the top, buddy. Whoa, where'd you go? There he goes. They killed the Christmas tree, boys. No. Come on, you can do it. Oh. We got first twice. It was okay, guys. Alright, now let's go and let's watch this DSP video. I can't believe he knows he does this. He knows he does this. It's so fucking weird.
Really need that money. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. Really, that money. That money. Did I consider asking my wife for a high-end gaming PC for a Christmas gift? Okay, let's think about this for a second. We're married.
He's gonna degrade his wife right now.
I can't afford a high-end gaming PC. How would she afford a high-end gaming PC? Huh? What?
Right? What a bitch.
So the answer is no. Unless my wife wins the
Answer
lotto.
is no.
That's not capable. It's not possible. I'm sure she would like to buy me a high-end gaming PC, but we can't afford that, right? Fallen Angel says, I do have to get going in a couple of minutes. I have some errands to do today. I'll be back later. Hopefully catch some of the react. If I miss it, have an amazing Christmas with Kat and Jasper. Thank you so much, Fallen Angels. You as well. Have a good time with your family and or friends or whoever you're spending it with. Zombie is being a troll and says, why do you refer to your wife as your mom? I don't. All right? Every once in a while, you have to understand I'm getting older. And as I get older, I've noticed a few things, okay? Basically, as I get older, I'll think one thing and say another. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, I'll be talking about something, and I want to say apples, and I say bananas, you know? I want to say blue, and I say black. It happens when you get older. It's that you get a little bit of brain fog every once in a while, and when I'm on stream all day, every day, speaking with all of you, every once in a while, the wrong word will come out. You know what I'm saying? It's not intentional. It's not even an association. It's just, you know, who are the family members that mean the most to me? My wife, and obviously Jasper. That's my immediate family. Who's the next people that pop into my head? My parents. Right?
Your parents are your immediate family. The immediate family doesn't just refer to the people who live in your home, but the people who are your first family. There's your cousins who are your family, and then your mother, your father, your sister, your brother who are your immediate family, as well as your children and your wife.
Sadly, you just kind of lose control of being able to be 100% in control of everything you do.
No.
It just happens. The brain, you know, it's just a natural thing. And, you know, every once in a while, I'll say the wrong thing. But the difference between me accidentally saying an incorrect word and anyone else is that I have an insane mob of thousands of idiotic stalking weirdos on the internet who treat me completely unfairly. You know, anyone else, they accidentally say, you know, I'm talking about Cat making dinner and I say my mom or something, they would laugh. Ha ha ha, that was a cute, funny thing that he did, that he made a mistake. He's human like us. I say it and it's like, oh my God, there's some insane conspiracy between his wife and his mother. So now we have to microanalyze this situation from every angle to try to figure out why he superimposed this word instead of this word when he meant this word. No, you're weirdos. You're losers. You're messed up in the head. No one does that. No one is normal.
They're the weirdos, but you're the one that's calling your wife mother.
Analyzing and hyper focused.
All right, explain that to me then, bro.
Thing in life, but you have to treat it like it's something important because you're losers. All right? You really, like, you need help, you know? And it's just funny because here we are on Christmas Eve, and someone just came on my stream to super chat and ask me that incredibly dumb question. On Christmas Eve, people are obsessed to that level where they bring something up like that. So, it is what it is. It doesn't mean anything. It's just because I'm getting older. Yes, every once in a while you get the brain fog or you say the wrong word. It happens all the time. Sometimes I stutter, right? It doesn't mean anything. It's just I'm getting a little bit, you know, becoming an elder statesman. I got hair coming out of my ears. My balls dangle a little lower, you know, and it happens.
What, dude?
And,
I'm becoming an
I don't
elder
focus on any of
statesman.
that
Who the
nonsense
fuck
because it's not a
talks
big
about
deal.
themselves that way?
Exactly. Sunday says, do you remember one day you called Jasper Derek? Remember that? Or did I call Derek Jasper? It was one or the other. I
No,
just assumed it was the wrong word again. What am I thinking?
that's not
Jasper had been in
retcon
the
shit.
room. I'm talking to Derek on stream. I say the wrong word. Big deal.
No. You were playing with a toy, and you deliberately said, ooh, Derek likes playing with that toy. You're a fucking weirdo, Phil. You're the weirdo. We're playing with your cat
Doesn't mean
while
anything.
thinking
So
about
a normal person
some other
laughs at that
dude.
situation. Haha, that was funny, right? But then these weirdos, you know, they just make mountains out of molehills. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're weird. What game do I associate with Christmas or would put me in a jolly mood? A particular... I need
What
that
the
money.
fuck?
I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money.
Dude, this video just restarted itself.
Really need that money. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. Really, that money. That money.
We rolled into Modern Warfare 3 multiplayer as the daytime stream. Now, here is the thing about Modern Warfare 3. Came out about a month ago now. When it came out, I started it as daytime multiplayer streams. People liked them because I had played the beta, and the beta was a bunch of maps from the classic Modern Warfare 2 from all the way back in 2009. And people liked seeing me enjoy myself, putting myself back into that throwback situation, playing those classic maps, and having a good time with it. So they wanted to see me play the full game, so I bought it. Now, originally I was thinking of skipping it, but people wanted it, so I bought it. And honestly, it's gone really well. I'm not even kidding. I played about 30 hours of multiplayer of Modern Warfare 3 over the last month. That's a ton of gameplay for any game in a month, right? Even if I was doing a narrative-based game, that's a ton of gameplay, right? So, in general, it's been great. And as you know, over the month, I've done so many things in the game. I've unlocked tons of weapons, different loadouts, different gameplay styles. You know, I used LMGs, SMGs, assault rifles, battle rifles, marksman rifles, sniper rifles, all different attachments for each, using kill streaks like the Juggernaut and stuff like that. I've done a lot of melee attacks with knives, the tonfa, all kinds of weird stuff, used all kinds of cool different equipment and the like. And most recently, doing all these daily challenges and things that are available is a great thing to do because of variety. And basically today, used a handgun a lot. So, I've pretty much done almost everything. There's a few things I didn't unlock any dual handguns and things like that. So, I didn't do everything, but I did a lot in this game. Now, about a week ago, it was Monday, okay? I had a major stream scheduled. If you remember, I started playing this game as daytime streams, and it did really well. People would show up, engage, support, and did really well, right? Then, at one point, about 2 weeks in, we turned it to night streams. The night streams did not do well. Like, historically, I don't think we had many or any night streams that did well in Modern Warfare 3. So, you guys actually petitioned and asked me to turn it back to a daytime stream again. So, I said I would do that because you guys wanted it. And for another week, it did well again, okay? But then, on Monday, I had my internet issues. I could not stream this game during the day, which sucked. So, I had to make it a night stream again, and it just did not do well as a night stream. Now, I chalked that up to essentially, okay, that was because the internet was messed up, right? But today, we had a major stream. 3+ hours of Modern Warfare multiplayer. Basically, the hype is just not there anymore. You know, it's been a month now, 30 hours of gameplay, way less attendees, lots of lost engagement. What I mean by that is a lot of people just sit in the chat, don't even talk about the game. They just have their own conversations. They just, you know what I mean? If you're here on a gameplay stream and you're not really caring about the gameplay, something's wrong, right? And I know for a fact right now there's many other games that I could be playing that you guys would be more engaged with. You've been asking me for them, right? So I got that in consideration. In addition, and this is just being truthful and transparent, contributions came in during the podcast. When I started playing the game, literally 0. It wasn't until the last half an hour I received 1 tip and 1 super chat, and that was it for the entirety of over 3 hours of gameplay of Modern Warfare 3. People have lost interest, alright? So, I like it. I like playing Modern Warfare 3. I think that it's fun. It was as laggy as some of the matches can be. When you get in a tear, and, you know, the funny part is, I didn't play free-for-all in like 2 weeks. I turned on free-for-all. I win the match. Right away. Win the first match. It's like, you can't make this stuff up, right? But I can tell. And so, as a direct result of today's stream, I made a decision about the schedule. We'll talk about that in a second. We're going to change up the schedule, and it looks like RoboCop's going to start sooner rather than later. Because I don't want to keep playing a game people don't want. Alright? So, when I play Like a Dragon Gaiden, alright, we get less than half the viewership of other streams. Seriously. Like tonight, I want to say on average, we probably have between 2 to 250 viewers on the stream. I didn't look, but that, you know, at the end of the stream when I was powering down, I looked and it said, oh, like 210 or something like that. I'm like, alright? But here's the thing. Engagement. People talked the entire stream. We were talking about the game. We were talking about other things. We were all having a chill time. It was very fun because of that. Support. Superb. Superb support. We had gifted memberships. We hit our members goal for the day. We had tips. Everything. Because people are having a good time and engaging with the game and enjoying it. That's the ticket. Because there's so many, I hate to say it, there's so many people on YouTube that do it wrong in my opinion. Alright? So many people on YouTube are about, I need to get the most views, the most attention, the most subscribers, the most. It's all about numbers to them. Alright? My streams are not about numbers. My streams are about enjoyment. If we're all enjoying each other's company, if we're enjoying the gameplay I'm putting out, then the support and all those other things that I need to operate a business will come with it. Not always, but for the most part, that attitude, that mantra has worked, and I'm here after 15 years. There are YouTubers out there that are bigger than me, that get way more views, have way more subs, way more attention, and they don't have the amount of success and support that I get.
He's talking about money.
Why?
Because you beg.
I
No.
strive to put out stuff that
You
my
fucking
audience
beg.
wants
You
and will
fucking
actually come
beg.
back to enjoy and support.
God, I don't
I'm
want
not
to
just
deal with this
pumping out
fucking
crap
guy
for
on
the
Christmas.
masses. I don't care
Shut the
about
fuck
being
up, Phil.
mainstream
Yes, you
popular.
do.
I never did.
Yes,
Okay?
you did.
So
If
that's
you
why
didn't, you
I'm
wouldn't
playing
have
Modern Warfare
fucking
3,
joined
and it's like,
Machinima,
man,
you
we had
lying
some
ass
viewers,
hoe.
but nothing else. You know, people are disengaged, not enjoying, support's non-existent. And then I play a late night stream that has less than half the
We gotta drop out.
Sí, todos son más. Sí. Fuck random people. You throw it down.
Oh yeah, a little bit. I never noticed. No, ya lo tenía. Era lo que te pero tengo también los que son. ¿Será por la.? Es que mi PC es como chico. Tengo los negros, arriba son negros, será por la también. Y ese sí lo regalé en la de 16. Después para el primero. Esperando que a la fiesta. ¿Qué quieres que te para. Yo creo que está más en chico. Este vamos a ver,
Oh, the pillow. I don't know why it's not working. You wanna try right?
Try?
What do you mean? You can play like different modes. So you just. Yep. Put you in something. I'm gonna be right here. Yeah. Oh. Train. What's for me? You didn't wait for me, so I'm not waiting for you.
Oh, behind me. You're up on the ridge, that's why. No, don't kill me. I ran into the Ninja Turtles. They killed Christmas. Fuck you, Ninja Turtles.
Fuck you, Ninja Turtles. The guy that died. The guy that died. What do I want? Snipers? Okay. I have that gun. Oh wait, this one. Bam. Oh crap, this thing's heading right for the storm. You know, I probably should have got the other ones. I'm gonna go for the card. I'm gonna get it. Where is it? There it is. Don't go anywhere. Oh, it's just terrible scope. That's not bad, but I like the sniper one better. I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna get it. I can make it, I can make it. Okay, we're in the circle. Or okay, now we are. Hey. Hi. Again. is that what I think it is? Your shot's going down somewhere. Oh. The shot's going down, straight down. Oh, you idiot. You know what? Do that and that and that. Okay. Wait, was that SMG? Yes. Oh wait. No, never mind. You know, there's probably people up there. Bless you. Shot's one down there. Oh, you idiot. Why did I follow you? Okay, well, you got him.
people in here. You Ninja Turtles, goddamn bitch. Alright. Yeah, pretty much. Mega Man's done with. Alright, guys, I think I'm gonna call it here. It's been wonderful. Had a great time playing games, watching stupid shit. Thank you so much for watching. If you watched, being here with me for a while. Have a great day, guys, and Merry Christmas.